Can you keep standing for a moment of silence? Thank you. We can take our seats. Speak. Good morning, Manamera. I had a drink. Good morning, honorable members. Morning, honorable members. You are all welcome. The business of the day has started. Would like to welcome our guests, visitors in the gallery. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. You are not part of the sessions. Yours is to observe. You don't engage in clapping of hands, howling, and any form of disruptive behavior. However, you are welcome. Thank you. Today's session will uniquely include the swearing in of a new member. Can they come forth before I proceed with the other business of the day? Where is his name? Mr. O.N. Madzibatila. Can they come forth? Oh, they're still going to fetch him. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. In the meantime, let's go on to announcements. Oh, he's here. Oh, can you come forth? Hey, Ralph, I stand most as well, ne? I also stand. I don't. Okay. Can you give him the form so that he's able to read? Oh, he's got his copy. Okay. Morning. Is it incoming or imminent? Mr. Matsibatila, morning. I'll first check if you'd like to take an oath or an affirmation. We'll take an oath. Okay, you'll read what's before you. You will start with an I, then go on mentioning your name, then read it on, and then you'll end at "So help me God," raising your right hand.
I, offender Nathaniel Matsabandela, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. I will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and other laws of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the legislature of the province of Gauteng to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Thank you. You may join in. You may take your seat. Please sign. I do. Yeah, sure, welcome. Mamele mnakha, mamele muriat. That's on a lighter note. Let me go on to pronounce you now as an honorable member of the Gauteng legislature. Tools of trade and everything else that will help you, Mr. Madzibatela, to make your work of the legislature easy will follow through. I think the admin will take care of that to ensure that they give you the tools of trade and everything else due to you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Bones Mudise, who is the permanent delegate. May they wave wherever they are. Is he in? Okay. Is supposed to join the sitting. Is an NCOP delegate from Gauteng. We do not have MEC statements. We do not have members, or we do have member statements. Its members L. Diaga, J. Plum, M. Skosana, Mehwe, Sneeman, Tlebere, Ali, and Poho. So they'll follow in that sequence. Before they start, let me read on apologies. We've got apologies from the following members. Where are the apologies, Ralph? We've got apologies from members Yvette Duplessis, Ill Health, Member Msimanga, they're in Boston, attending a conference. What are the other ones? Members Nkomo, attending virtual. Member Adams is attending a conference. They'll join us late. They're attending in a voter education workshop. Member Sirota to leave early due to party business. And Member Masugu will be joining virtually. Thank you. Let me make this announcement, colleagues, before we proceed. Please be alerted that today we'll push to finish the entire backlog of questions. We've got a backlog of questions coming from the past term, and we will have to finish them today so that they don't carry over into the next term. So this will result in an extended day. I further request that we refrain from asking follow-up questions other than the member, the initiator, who posed in order to save time. Your cooperation will be highly appreciated in this regard. We've got about 36 questions. There's ones for the Premier, there's ones for oral reply, there's ones for written reply. Those MECs who should have given us response on time will explain to the House, you know, the procedure as to why it has taken them time to reply on time to the questions that have been posed to them. So that we don't take these questions and take them to the next questions, because that sets us back, honorable members. This is not me taking away your rights of participation. We can still be efficient in doing our work, but we need to push or doing a disservice to the people of Gauteng with this backlog that we carry and not finish the work that is assigned to do on the day, considering that our next sitting is in a week or 2 weeks to come. Thank you very much. I hope that is clear. Let's start with the business of the day. The first item, please, will be the member statements. I asked, the first one I meant is Honorable Diaga. Are they in the House?
Yes.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to address a disgraceful betrayal of our history, our women and our democratic values. The Women's Living Heritage Monument stands as a 280 million monument to governmental incompetence and disrespect. It has been 9 years since this monument was unveiled on Women's Day 2016 to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the historic 1956 Women's March. 9 years of broken promises, whilst this tribute to Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Sophia de Bruyn, and Rahima Musa remains shuttered, gathering dust instead of inspiring generations. This is not merely about brick and mortar. This monument was conceived to honour the pivotal role women played in South Africa's liberation struggle, to preserve their stories, and to serve as a beacon of empowerment for future generations. Instead, it has become a symbol of this government's callous disregard for our heritage. Madam Speaker, I must draw particular attention to the profound insult being inflicted upon Mrs. Sophia de Bruyn, the last living leader of that courageous 1956 march. This remarkable woman, who served this very legislature from 2004 to 2009, continues to dedicate her life to public service whilst watching her legacy entombed behind locked doors. How dare we claim to honour her memory whilst denying her public access to her story? How dare we speak of celebrating women's contributions whilst allowing this monument to decay unused? The leadership failures within this department are glaring. MEC Chilwani routinely fails to attend meetings, and the head of department remains perpetually absent. Is it any surprise, then, that a 280 million facility stands unused? This is not governance. It is a blatant abandonment of duty. The Democratic Alliance demands that we honour these 4 extraordinary women, and particularly Mrs. de Bruyn, who remains with us, by ensuring this monument fulfills its intended purpose immediately. I thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The DA notes the reports the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development awarded a R49 million contract in June 2022 to 2 companies linked to 2 sons of Deputy President Paul Mashatile. These companies were supposed to do fire suppression and detection systems, but most of our hospitals are not fully fire compliant, and they failed to prevent the recent fire at Tembisa Hospital. There have long been controversies over unlawful enrichment by members of the so-called Alex Mafia, which is centred in this province around Paul Mashatile. A former MEC for Transport, the late Ignatius Jacobs, identified what he called a, quote, criminal conspiracy in this matter. The pattern, unfortunately, is that the allegations are never fully investigated, and there are never real consequences from forensic reports because they are hidden and not implemented. You know, alarm bells should ring when politicians live in a style way beyond their means and their friends and family members get lucrative government contracts. Deputy President Paul Mashatile has now received a 10,000 rand fine for not declaring a diamond gift. And it took him 2 years to declare 2 luxury properties worth 65 million rand, one in Johannesburg and one in Cape Town. And here is his Cape Town property. Here's his Cape Town property. You know, is there anybody here who can tell me that he can afford 29 million rand for this property on his declared sources of income? And what the DA is calling for is for Premier Sisulufi to release the finding of all investigations, and specifically these contracts that went to Paul Mashatile's sons, so that everything comes out to the outcome, because really, who can afford a house like this really on a government salary? Thank you very much.
Member Bloom, we spoke about these antics and the props that keep on coming. They are not allowed in the House. A point can be made and be taken, and a point gotten across without this prop. You continue to defy the presiding officers in stopping to do that. We stop Member Ali. You can't be the exception to the rule. Otherwise, we are pambi. Thank you very much. Member Khumekwe. Oh, sorry, Member Skosana, not Member Mekwe.
Is it my turn?
Sorry, my mistake. Member Skosana.
Okay. Greetings, Honourable Speaker. Particular greetings to the 11 unremarkable lawyers of Braamfontein who are presiding over our constitution. Special greetings to the Genius of Katlehong Township, Nkosana Mukate, who remains a victim of poor justice meted to him out by these unremarkable 11 lawyers of Braamfontein. The recent constitutional judgment to deny Mkhonto Wesizwe the opportunity to challenge the illegal decision by Cyril Ramaphosa to appoint Firoz Chale continues to demonstrate the incompetence and the bias of the 11 unelected lawyers whose sole mandate now appears to be the protection of Ramaphosa at all costs. These remarkable lawyers, it must be noted, have got no idea or clue of a door-to-door campaign done at Serupemperekel in Mabopane, nor the door-to-door campaign done at Skandaf in Soshanguve, neither a door-to-door campaign done at Merafong in the West Rand. Yet they assume authority to preside over the legitimate legislators who should preside over such critical matters. Further to this, General Mkhona's exposition of corruption allegations implicating the judiciary, which is said to be complicit to drug syndicates, murderous gangs, unequivocally vindicate Mkhonto Wesizwe's call for the lifestyle audit of these judges in South Africa. The politically motivated prosecutions and weaponization of the legal system with manifest prejudices in its administration and application have become one of the most undesirable features of this democratic dispensation. Former Chief Justice Mogoeng publicly made an astounding assertion that there was an attempt to capture the judiciary. Notwithstanding such claims from the most senior jurists in the country, there was no inquisition nor protest, but a deafening silence even from the media that self-proclaims themselves as the guardians of democracy. Therefore, Mkhona's allegations against the judiciary present no peculiarity, but a resuscitation of the caution insinuated by the esteemed judge himself, C.J. Mogoeng. The country's failure to heed Mogoeng's caution becomes apparent in the subsequent constitutional judgment and under the disastrous ruling of Chief Justice Zondo, particularly involving President Jacob Zuma's revealing of contours of the judicial system that is less dispassionate and rather galvanized around a particular political discourse. The most pernicious of all constitutional court judgments, which resulted in the massacre of 300 innocent lives in Phoenix, KZN, underscored the unjustifiable disproportionate powers vested in the hands of these 11 unremarkable individuals in Braamfontein. Mostly the unremarkable lawyers adjudicating the fate of 60 million voters of South Africa in the minority of judgment of Justice Theron and Justice Jafta in their desperate effort to preserve some semblance of impartiality. They observed that President Zuma's incarceration without affording him a right to appeal was unconstitutional. They further argued that to send President Jacob Zuma to prison without full adherence to Criminal Procedure Act was to infringe on his right to fair trial contained in Section 35 of this Constitution. It is Mkhonto Wesizwe's contention that the fate of South Africa cannot be determined by 11 unelected legal practitioners somewhere in Braamfontein without consideration of the right of the electoral representativity. Therefore, the South African constitutional legal system is systemic and systematic, characterized by disenfranchisement of the will of the people. People who are not even familiar with the door-to-door campaign. Such depravity in this legal institution reaffirms MK's call for parliamentary sovereignty
3 minutes, please.
as only logical system to ensure the majoritarianism is the ultimate arbiter in our society.
Thank you, Members Kosana.
Thank you, Speaker.
Member Mekwe.
Good morning, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and let me greet all members of the Provincial Legislature and the Premier. In accordance with Rule 81, Sub 1, I, Honourable Linting Mekwe of the ANC, tables the following successful hosting of the Liberation Movement Summit. The African National Congress take this opportunity to express profound appreciation for the successful hosting of the Liberation Movement's Summit held from the 25th to the 28th of July 2025 at the Radisson Blu Hotel, OR Tambo in Kempton Park. This historic gathering brought together Secretary Generals from Fraternal Liberation Movements, MPLA, SWAPO, Frelimo, ZANU-PF, and Chama Punduzi, under the theme for unity, renewal, and defense of democratic gains across the continent. The ANC, as the host, reaffirmed its standing not only as a governing party, but as a liberation movement rooted in the historic struggles of our people, who are emboldened by the summit's emphasis on progressive governance, ethical leadership, regional solidarity, and people-centered development. In a time of global instability and domestic socio-economic pressure, the summit offered a powerful reminder. Our liberation was never just about the vote, but about freedom from poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment. The outcomes of the summit challenge us to deepen democracy, not only at the national level, but also here in Gauteng, which is the economic engine of our country. Let the summit be a renewed call to advance the transformation agenda from townships to corridors of economic power and to rebuild trust between the people and their movement. As the ANC in the Gauteng legislature, we are committed to translating the spirit of the summit into policy, service, as well as action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member. Member Shinema.
Thank you very much, Speaker, or Acting Speaker. On the 22nd of July 2025, a new smart licensing centre was opened at the Protea Glen Mall in Soweto. This is the second smart licensing centre that has been opened in Soweto and follows on the one which was opened at the Maponya Mall earlier this year. The opening of these smart licensing centres in Soweto, Atteridgeville and other areas still to come fulfills the commitment of the ANC-led government in Gauteng to bring and improve services in townships, informal settlements and hostels, which is also known as the TISH program. The Smart Licensing Centre in the Protea Glen Mall provides services to residents from surrounding communities without having to travel longer distances, as has currently been the case. And the services provided by this centre include, amongst the others, renewal of driver's licence cards, applying for temporary licences, applying for professional driver permits, renewal of vehicle licence discs, paying of traffic fines and vehicle registrations. The services are provided efficiently and effectively through the use of smart technologies and ensure that customers do not have to wait for long periods of time. The initiative of the Provincial Departments of Roads and Transport, together with the Gauteng Management Agency, is paying dividends, as the investment made in the Atteridgeville Smart Licensing Centre, which was opened last year, was recovered in just 4 months, proving how popular these centres have become. We want to congratulate the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport for bringing services closer to where people live and ensuring easy access, and look forward to the continued rollout of these centres to communities across Gauteng. The ANC-led government here in Gauteng is hard at work to deliver quality, efficient and effective services to communities throughout Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the House and the people of Gauteng. As we enter the month of August, officially known in our country as Women's Month, we must reflect on the groundbreaking milestone of our struggle, the historic Women's March of 9th August 1956. Official reports tell us that on that fateful day, 69 years ago, more than 20,000 women led by giants of our revolution, including the tenacious Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Raima Musa, and Sophia William Tipreni, walked to the union buildings in defiant rejection of the dehumanizing past laws of apartheid. Their shared cry, Watinta Bafazi, Watinta Mbokoto, resounds across the centuries as testimony to the tireless role of women in the ANC's pursuit of liberation, equality and fairness. The women coming from all corners of South Africa and compromising the many races which make up of our diverse country took the decision to march against the racist pass laws, despite the looming threats from the apartheid security structures. They knew that the cause they were fighting for was greater than the sum of all threats coming from Pretoria. They were well aware that their action could put their lives in grave danger, yet they persisted. They were cognizant of the watchful eyes of the apartheid forces. They experienced the intimidation and lived through fearful nights, yet they stood by the decision to march to Pretoria, the seat of power of the apartheid regime, and make the bold statement that enough is enough. Those sacrifices cannot be relegated to footnotes of history. That is why we must never allow the challenges of today to make us forget the bravery of those who walked before us. Women's Day cannot be a footnote for our movement. It must remain in its foundation. For us, Women's Day must continue to be promoted as a day to remind us of the ANC's commitment to non-sexism, equality, and commitment to dismantle any injustice wherever it is found. The day must remind us that our revolution remains empty until women are free to walk from violence, poverty, and marginalization. This month, we honor the courage that shattered the backbone of our apartheid and confirm the society this heroines bled for, one in which women are architects of their own destiny. Women's Month is profound to South Africa and the ANC. It is a commemoration of unparalleled resilience, a commemoration of the mothers, fighters, innovators, and leaders who make our democracy real. As women in South Africa, we are faced with the same violence, economic marginalization, and structural disadvantages of the 1956 generation fought against. Gender-based violence and femicide remain a national stain. Economic marginalization locks women into poverty traps, with land, hand, and education shortages persistent. Women's underrepresentation in power corridors sets us back. Women's Month challenges us to confront these realities with the same energy that fueled the march to Pretoria, emphasizing that freedom delayed is justice denied. Let this Women's Month light the fire of 1956. Let each government department, each ANC institution, and each citizen embrace the truth. Women's freedom is South Africa's freedom. We march until no woman fears her home, no child inherits her mother's poverty, and no dream is shattered by inequality. The Imbokotos did not strike just for existence. They fought for a true revolution where women can walk without fear, whether day and night. That Honorable Deputy Speaker is what we must remember when you think of that historic day in 1956. Watinta bafazi, watinti Imbokoto. Thank you.
Honorable Ali.
Nkosi kakhulu Deputy Speaker wam.
Yes.
Endimthandayo.
Ewe.
Semhle sana. Honorable members, guests here present, a very good morning to one and all. To be great is no small feat. It surpasses mere physical stature, intellectual prowess, or any personal and professional accomplishment. It is all-consuming, all-surpassing, and all-encompassing. It speaks to one's ability to overcome tremendous obstacles, to fully become all that one has been called and created to be. We as a continent have been blessed to have witnessed many greats: Desmond Tutu, Wangari Maathai, Ruth First, Albert Luthuli, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, Steve Biko, Funmilayo, Ransome Kuti, and the list is endless. Greatness personified. In a time when people amass titles, positions, and wealth, void of character, ability, or even the desire to make a difference, we are now thirsting, longing, yearning for men and women to rise up and be great. Udatu Nelson Mandela advised, and I quote, "Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that great generation. Let your greatness blossom." Of course, the task will not be easy, but not to do this would be a crime against humanity. Deputy Speaker, I am honored to say another great walks among us today. Yena owayengena e-Ellen Glen High School, ovela eDobsonville ikasi lamakasi, owayeka iDemocratic Alliance, wasiqalela iBuild One South Africa. Dithetha ngobani na? DT Deputy Speaker, allow me to honor and to congratulate the leader of Build One South Africa, Ugqirha Udokotela Umusi Maimane, on obtaining his PhD. We are led. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to be guided by a man of his caliber, of his stature, and of his accomplishments. He is one of the greats that live today. And if I may, can I borrow from a phrase of my neighbors here, EMK Party? Ditela kuchi, to my commander, morning.
Thank you, Member Alipane. Member Boho.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Deputy Speaker, Premier, fighters, members, and importantly, the people of Gauteng. As the EFF, we rise today with revolutionary conviction to expose and condemn the total collapse of the Gauteng Department of Health, an institution which is now characterized by administrative arrogance, anti-black neglect, and elite complicity in corruption and suffering of our people. We now know that hospital CEOs across this province are actively denying members access to conduct oversight, a constitutional duty. This is not accidental. They are doing so on instruction from the MEC herself, who is running that department like a personal stock fair. This is an attack on transparency and a direct violation of legislative authority. How dare a government that cannot deliver basic health services block elected representatives from exposing the rot? Because of this evasive behavior, we now have information suggesting that the hospital officials of Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospitals are conniving with Calvin and Family Security Company to steal the assets of the hospital. We implore the Premier to look into this before it becomes a scandal. While the department dodges accountability, it continues to owe over 30,000 unpaid invoices, destroying black-owned suppliers and collapsing township economies. We are witnessing state-sponsored economic sabotage against black enterprises. We must also speak the uncomfortable truth. The recent appointment of new HODs will solve nothing if the same corrupt networks remain intact. This system is not only broken, it is working exactly as it was designed to kill black people slowly, quietly, and bureaucratically. It has become clear to us that the suspension of the Department of Health has skeletons in its closet is not unfolded. The state of health in this province is where it is, Madam Speaker, acutely because unannounced oversight visits are so gravely feared. The MEC must know that these skeletons under the department will not go unchecked. The EFF will not only unearth mismanagement, maladministration, and corruption, we will fight the infrastructure decay and the human resource shortfall in the department to serve the people of Gauteng, because the return of 250 million earmarked for cancer patients and the choice to appeal a ruling that was declared unconstitutional show that this government does not care whether black people will die or live. Such a behavior is a death sentence to almost 3,000 patients. The EFF demands an immediate investigation into the interference with oversight processes, immediate disciplinary action against CEOs blocking access to public facilities, emergency payment of all invoices that are outstanding, with focus on black suppliers, a complete purge of all corrupt officials across the department, from hospital floors to provincial offices. The black working class is bleeding literally and politically. This crisis is not only technical, it is deliberate, anti-black, and criminal. Thank you.
Secretary, first item. Secretary, first item. First item. We are moving on to, thank you, members. First question, okay. Thank you, other members. First item, we're going to questions to the Premier for oral reply. Rule 138. Member Mfikwe, question to the Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Speaker. Mhlesana. I want to agree with Member Adley. I saw the Bushenyana there. I'm so Moria to Chabule. Noting that Kliptown is the oldest settlement of Johannesburg, and further noting its historical significance, including that it is the site of the birth of the Freedom Charter. Can the Honourable Premier please indicate, one, what budget allocations have been made specifically for the revitalization of Kliptown over the past 3 financial years, and how much of this has been spent to date? Two, what intergovernmental coordination mechanisms are in place between the provincial and local spheres of government to ensure the successful implementation of the Kliptown development program? Three, how are local residents, civic organizations, and heritage stakeholders being consulted and included in the planning and implementation of Kliptown's revitalization? Four, what measures are being taken to preserve and promote Kliptown's heritage sites, including the Walter Sisulu Square of Dedication and the legacy of the Freedom Charter? And the last one, Honourable Speaker, what economic development opportunities such as support for SMMEs, tourism promotion or skills development are being introduced as part of the broader Kliptown regeneration initiative? Madam Speaker.
Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by congratulating you, Madam Speaker, for the head of your family being appointed the Minister of Higher Education in our country. We want to congratulate you. Also, let me echo the sentiments raised by the representative of BOSA. I had an honor to receive an invitation from Dr. Maimane to be a special guest at his graduation ceremony and also to join him and his family to celebrate his doctorate. And I really we need to congratulate him for that and thank him for it. Let me also thank Member Matshidiso Mfikwe for the question that he has raised. We asked the City of Johannesburg to forward us the relevant information, and they responded as follows: that an expenditure analysis has been submitted by the city covering approved and adjusted budgeted recorded expenditure from the year 2022 to the year 2025. And part of the work that they've done as the city is as follows: the electrification of the informal settlements in Kliptown, the Kliptown regeneration program, the Kliptown Klipspruit new bulk infrastructure, in particular the housing project around the Walter Sisulu Square, the deblocking of informal settlements in Kliptown, and the Kliptown urban renewal program. In terms of question 2, indeed, there is a standby quarterly MMC-MEC meeting governed by the Intergovernment Relation Framework, where the City Council approved the Kliptown Urban Development Framework, which reinforces not only intergovernment cooperation, but also promotes internal departmental integration through the following 5 clear developmental objectives: 1, spatial and economic restructuring; 2, heritage and tourism development; 3, infrastructure upgrade; 4, economic opportunities; lastly, community participation. In terms of your last question, the establishment of the Greater Kliptown Development Forum serves as a central mechanism for community participation and community consultation. The public engagement is facilitated through community meetings led by the ward councillor, while stakeholder interaction takes place through block leaders as well as through the ward councillor. The city's Women's Settlements Department has initiated a social compact under the upgrading of informal settlements program, which also serves as a platform for consultation and interaction with our communities. In terms of question 4, measures that have been put in place to preserve the site includes the repair and restoration of the pumping infrastructure and restore water, the refurbishment of toilets within the facility, the fencing of the entire square, the repair and upgrade of the security guard house, the deep cleaning of the entire facility, and the deployment of a permanent 24-hour security personnel so that the square is free from further vandalization and is protected with well-capable security officers. In terms of your last question, the city has completed verification of informal traders around the square, and they will issue trading permits to the allocated traders. Traders will also return to their trading stalls once electricity in their units is being restored. In terms of the full answers and support documents from the municipality, I have the honor to hand them over to Honorable Member Matsidiso Mfikwe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Matsidiso.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm happy with the responses from the Premier through the city, hoping that there would be done, oversight will be done, Honourable Premier, so that we really see the benefit of that square and ensuring that it does become a true tourist attraction for the province and the region as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Msai.
Thank you very much, Acting Honourable Deputy Speaker. When the e-tolls were scrapped, the Gauteng provincial government, together with the national government, reached a settlement where the former will pay 30% of the outstanding debt, while the latter will assume responsibility for the remainder of 70% of the debt. In view of the above, can the Premier take the House into confidence on the following? How much has the Gauteng Provincial Treasury paid to date as part of the obligations of this agreement entered between Gauteng Provincial Government and National Government? What is the remainder of the amount left to conclude the payment terms? And since the scrapping of the e-tolls, how have the Gauteng Government repurposed the e-toll gantries? Thank you.
Lord Premier.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Let me also thank Honourable Member Musai for the questions. Member Musai, true to our commitment, the Gauteng Provincial Government is on course to pay the e-toll debt. The GPG government has made 2 payments towards the e-toll debt. Last year, on the 30th of September, we made our first installment of 3.8 billion rands as part of the province's commitment to settling the debt linked to the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Program. This installment consisted of 3.2 billion rands for historical debt and 546 million rands for the maintenance of the following roads: 14th Avenue in Patlu, Golden Highway to 14th Avenue, Patlu to Brakfontein, Brakfontein to Sensia, Heidelberg Road to Geldenhuys, Geldenhuys to Patlu, Uncle Charlie to Elands, Gilolis to Tom Jones, and Olifantsfontein to Hans Strado. We made another payment on the 30th of June 2025, where we made the second payments towards the e-toll debt as disclosed in the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework. The amount due on the 30th of June, based on the memorandum of agreement that was signed, was 3.3 billion rands in terms of historical debt. This amount was paid to the National Treasury as a second installment as part of our 30% contribution. In addition to the e-toll payment, on the 30th June 2025, the Gauteng Provincial Government also transferred another amount of 2 billion rands as part of the contribution towards the backlog and the rehabilitation of the G-Flip 1 freeways to an acceptable condition before Sanral resumes its obligation for full maintenance funded by the National Fiscus. The province will also implement various measures and reforms to ensure sustainability of our fiscal environment. These include active debt management strategies, spending restraint, improving compliance with rules and regulations in supply chain management, as well as revenue enhancement. In terms of your last question, on the 16th of January 2025, our EXCO held a special meeting with the Minister of Transport, Honorable Barbara Dallas Creasy, in which it was agreed that we leave all e-tolls related matters with her and the Central Board. Whilst the province has proposed what the repurposing can entail, the countries remain the assets of the national government and will await the Board of Central and our engagement with the Minister to finalize these matters. In brief, Honorable Musai, the commitment that we made to pay 5 equal installments to pay off the e-tolls, we are on track. We don't owe national government, nor we owe Central. Thus far, we've made 3 installments. We are remaining with 2 installments, and will ensure that the history of e-tolls in our country is indeed buried once and for all. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Premier, for responding to the question. We want to also commend you and acknowledge the efforts that you made in ensuring that the historical battle on the e-tolls has been resolved, because it was really becoming a disturbing factor on the progress in the economic restoration of Gauteng. So we want to really commend you for that. Thank you so much for the response.
Thank you, Member Musai. I just want to take advantage of this, Member Musai, to explain things that people criticize us for taking a decision to take the debt in terms of e-tolls. When we came to office, government has paid almost 20 billion only on interest on e-tolls, while the principal debt was around 47 billion. So we're paying an interest while the principal debt was remaining. And this was increasing literally every year. And with outstanding payments, because people are not paying e-tolls, all the major roads in our province could not be maintained. So when we took a decision to pay the principal amount, it also allowed Central to go to the market to raise money to improve roads across the country, including in the Western Cape. And this was purely because of the decision that we have taken here to ensure that we unlock the maintenance of road and ensure that the e-toll debt is paid. So we are proud that we've taken that decision. We are going to unlock new freeways. Gone will be the days where people are stuck in freeways in the morning and in the afternoon because maintenance was not made in our province. So this decision to pay e-tolls have unlocked our road infrastructure and have allowed us to go to the next phase of building new highways in our province, and thus pushing the economy of our province. Thank you so much, Member Msa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Honourable Premier and the House at large. During the State of the Province address in February 2025, the Premier of Gauteng made promises to the residents of Gauteng Province. Under key provincial priority areas on the economy, the Honourable Premier promised that the provincial government will soon finalize a groundbreaking agreement with the Hunan Province in China, that this will open new trade avenues for SMMEs to export nuts, rooibos tea, biltong, honey, moringa, and wine to Hunan's vast market of over 66 million people across 13 cities without major restrictions. The Honourable Premier further indicated that in dealing with the looming closure of steel sector giant ArcelorMittal Sedibeng plants, that there are engagements with our BRICS partners to avert the adverse impact this might have on the livelihoods of communities in Sedibeng. Further, that a new 2.5 billion rand steel firm has been built and concluded with phase 1 already hiring 1,000 workers, with phase 2 expected to double these numbers. The questions to the Honourable Premier are as follows. May the Premier provide a list of township-based SMMEs, youth, women, and people living with disabilities that have accessed the opportunities to participate in the groundbreaking agreement with the Hunan province. May the Premier supply us with a copy of this groundbreaking agreement with the Hunan province of China. Are there interventions in place by Gauteng government to support and capacitate the participants in the groundbreaking agreement? Given the high unemployment rate in our country amongst the youth, can the Premier supply us with a list of names of those who are currently employed in the new 2.5 billion rand steel firm? And lastly, may the Honourable Premier provide a list of names of township-based SMMEs, youth, women and people living with disabilities that are contracted into the 2.5 billion steel firm. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Deputy Speaker. Let me also thank Honourable Member Kaba for the questions. Honourable Member Kaba, what we do is what we say. What we say is what we do. And the commitment that we make is the commitment that we keep. During the State of the Province, we indicated that during the month of June, we'll sign a groundbreaking agreement with the province of Hunan in China. I'm proud that from the 12th to the 16th of June 2025, we undertook an outbound trip to China to sign the landmark agreement. This historical bilateral engagement between Gauteng and Hunan province concluded as follows: a memorandum of understanding on the twinning agreement and the friendship agreement. The scope of cooperation outlined in the signed memorandum includes the following areas of mutual interest: increase in trade and investment flows between the two provinces, investment in the infrastructure development of inner city in Gauteng. So they've agreed to assist us to revitalize the inner city of Johannesburg, the Chinese. Rail and related infrastructure, so they're going to also give us support in terms of rail and infrastructure. They are also going to provide us support with crime combating initiatives in Gauteng and further give us support in agriculture and agro-processing export program for Gauteng exports into the Hunan China market. We've also signed the joint programs and initiatives for trade and investment promotion between the two provinces. You are quite aware, as I said, we just signed this memorandum of agreement now in June. So the two provinces are now working on the operationalization of this agreement. Your second question, you said you want a copy of this groundbreaking agreement. I hope you can read Chinese. Here is the copy. Signed in China to demonstrate that indeed this was a groundbreaking agreement, and we have a copy that we've given you of the agreement. In terms of the steel factory, Member Kaba, just wait until we officially launch the steel factory, and then we'll be in a position to provide you the details that you are requesting. But you know, this is a private initiative, so we'll be in a position to get it when it's finalized. But we're quite excited that we facilitated the establishment of this factory to counter one factory firm that thought they can intimidate us by threatening to leave our province. So we are very proud of this arrangement. And in terms of the list of township-based SMMEs, we'll also be in a position to provide it to you while this process has been concluded. Thank you so much, Member Kawa. Truly appreciate it.
Is your Mandarin shop?
Thank you, Honourable Premier, for a detailed response, and congratulations in securing the bilateral agreement in supporting our local economy. Honourable Premier, we need to broaden our approach to conduct deep analysis of the entire value chain from production, supply and demand, logistics, regulation and compliance, especially because the food industry is highly regulated. Our SMMEs must be supported to be fully fledged manufacturers and producers.
Yeah.
This is the economic transformation we wish for. Siyabonga, Ntolanko.
Sabonga. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Honorable Kani?
Thanks. No, maybe before that, Chair. You know, Gauteng is the economic hub of our country. Between today and tomorrow, we stand on the verge of having almost 30% of the tariffs imposed on our country. And we are of the strong view that the decision that has been taken by the US is nothing else but a punishment for the posture that we have taken to defend the people of Palestine. And that will never abandon people of Palestine, regardless of the intimidation tactics that can be imposed on us as a country. The people of Palestine remains our ally and will defend them, and we call upon other countries to join us to defend the people of Palestine. And the agreement that we've reached with China on this trade, it confirms and affirms the decision that we've taken to diversify our market and not rely on a bully to dictate to us where we can buy and where we can trade. And we are looking forward to the negotiations that have been initiated to convince the US not to impose the 30% tariffs to our country and create a bloodbath of unemployment in various sectors of our society. So, Honourable Member Kab, you can see from the agreement that we've outlined to you, the Chinese are coming here to assist us, and the Chinese are making their market available to us so that our people can prosper and our businesses can grow. And that is done on a friendly basis, not on a bullying tactics by one country that thinks that it can dictate to us. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free in our lifetime. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yes, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to greet the House members. How are you? Thanks. Morning. In the gallery. How are you? Good morning. Sharp. Thanks. Premier, the white monopoly capital and its impact on small business businesses in South Africa is a complex and contested issue. The historical dominance by white-owned monopolies hinders small business development. The impact of large establishment companies on small businesses is a multi-faceted issue with historical, economic, and political dimensions. The white monopoly capital highlights the historical legacy of racial inequality and market concentration. Effective policies and intervention require a nuanced understanding of the problem and a commitment to promoting fair competition, reducing regulatory burdens, and fostering more inclusive and dynamic economy. Historically, a few large white-owned companies dominated key sectors of South African economy, leading to high levels of market concentrations and barriers to entry for smaller businesses, often black-owned businesses. There are documented cases of price fixing and other anti-competitive practices by large corporations, which can disproportionately affect smaller businesses that lack the resources to compete. Small businesses often struggle to complex regulation and bureaucratic processes, which can be exacerbated by the dominance of larger companies in lobbying efforts. Large establishment companies may have better access to capital and resources, making it difficult to smaller businesses to compete for funding opportunities. Based on the above painted picture, the question to the Premier are as follows. What does the Office of the Premier do to effect and prevent anti-competitive practices and promote fair competition? What strategy does the provincial government have in simplifying regulations and streamlining bureaucratic processes to make it easier for small businesses to start and operate? Does the provincial government have a targeted support program and initiative that can help small businesses access capital, training, and other resources? Does the government have strategies to encourage diversifications of supporting new businesses ventures and can create a more vibrant and competitive market? What plans does the government have to combat corruption and improve governance as essential for creating a level playing field and attracting investment? Your time is up.
Thanks so much, Honourable Member Nkani, for your questions. You could see from your questions that are directed to the MEC for Economic Development, who politely and cooperatively forwarded me the following answers, and I'll forward you the detailed answers that he provided to respond to these questions. In terms of question 1, the Department of Trade and Industry, through its entities such as the Competition Commission and Competition Tribunal, are responsible for the prevention of anti-competitiveness practice and to promote fair competition. In terms of question 2, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller seeks to undertake through its Business Development Services Department and provide the necessary support to drive regional awareness and also to preserve and present services that they render across the province. In terms of question 3, yes, the department is implementing several targeted programs to support SMMEs across the province, and these interventions are designed to address key barriers to entry and growth and to enhance inclusive participation in strategic economic sectors. A core intervention is the high-impact partnership delivery model, which serves as a strategic implementation framework which facilitates collaboration between government, the private sector, academia, non-profit organizations to unlock economic growth, promote industrialization, and support inclusive enterprise development. In terms of question 4, through the high-impact partnership delivery model, the department implements various programs that offers accredited new venture training so that we can support our SMMEs. In terms of your last question, in Gauteng, improving governance and tackling corruption are central to building a competitive and investor-friendly environment. The provincial government has prioritized clean governance, accountability, institutional reform as enablers of inclusive economic growth. The key intervention areas that are assisting us to fight corruption in government includes 1, the open tender system, 2, digital governance, a smart province vision, 3, the public sector accountability, 4, ethical leadership drive, and lastly, collaboration with law enforcement and oversight bodies. As I indicated, I've got the full answers that comes from MEC Maile, and I have the honor to present them to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Premier. I'll go through to your answer, but I'm asking this because there's a challenge. We've seen everything that was in Busasa. going straight to Bidvest and acted. And the Bidvest also expand, went going down to, so that is why we have taken this question to you. Because we want to check the balance of these big companies, and you have seen, it's in evidence that black-owned companies are going down. We have asked this, and we have proposed during some debates our view in terms of this, because these companies are going down. We have seen especially the logistic, black-owned companies are not going up. They have tried to reach that level, but since the sixth administration of Mr. Sorenso, black-owned businesses went down. So we're asking this question directly to you because we have seen it's on evidence that everything that was owned by Busasa is with Bidvest. What is it that we are trying to do so that our people can feel a better South Africa as they used to feel during the 9 progressive years? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To the Honourable Premier, with regard to the head of the Gauteng Health Department, Mr. Rasiba Malatana, will the Premier please indicate why is there a delay in removing him since the Premier made an announcement in this regard? 2, what are the grounds for his removal? 3, is he regarded as a medium or high-risk individual? 4, did he fail his lifestyle audit? And 5, when will a permanent new HOD be appointed? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Honourable Member Bloom. The HOD of the Department of Health, Mr. Lisiba Malotani's lifestyle audit is the only one that is outstanding, and as soon as it is finalized, I'll make my necessary decision. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You announced this 3 weeks ago. You've already announced your decision. He's going to go. But I'm going to tell you, Honourable Premier, if he doesn't go, then you're no longer the Premier of this province, because it means that an official has more power than you. You are the Premier of the province. You have the power to remove him. And now you say he's one of those that these lifestyle audit is outstanding. This is... Now, I've asked you, is he regarded as a medium risk or high risk? Everybody else's lifestyle audit is completed. Why is his outstanding? This fellow has received political protection from the highest level, and you are powerless to remove him. That's the reality of it. I'm saying to you that your premiership essentially ends if this official manages to remain in his place, because it means that you don't have. He has more power than you, and this department is riven with corruption. Everybody knows that, and it starts at the top, and we need to have him removed. You announced it 3 weeks ago, and he's still there. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I act on evidence, not on shouting and screaming. The evidence that I have currently is insufficient, and the institution that is conducting lifestyle audits have requested an extension, and I've granted that extension. When they conclude that report, I'll be in a position to take action. If the Democratic Alliance wants me to take action on the basis of their anger, that's how government doesn't function in that way. If the Democratic Alliance has evidence of corruption, and if the Democratic Alliance have evidence of any wrongdoing by the HOD, I'm asking them now, give it to me now, so that I can act. I'm not going to act on hearsay and plunge this government in a crisis because I'm trying to please your public pleasure. What we are doing here is influenced by evidence. We are waiting for that evidence. It's unfortunate that is the only HOD that this lifestyle audit is pending. And I've said it in this House, that this appointment is pending. And when it's finalized, I'll make an announcement. If you want to dictate who controls me, there's only one formation that controls me, and that formation is the African National Congress. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Secretary. We're moving on to questions of reply.
Thank you, Speaker. Manbingelela abantu base Gauteng nevakashi zethu. According to Infrastructure Delivery Platform, IDEP, Gauteng's digital tool to track and manage infrastructure projects in real time. It integrates smart technologies, enhances transparency, and aligns with the province's fourth industrial resolution strategy to improve efficiency, accountability, and stakeholder coordination in the project delivery. Can the MEC answer the following questions with regards to the platform? One, elaborate on how the infrastructure delivery platform integrates with the Gauteng digital platform to enhance transparency and accountability in infrastructure projects. Number two, what challenges have been encountered in the initial phases of the implementation of the platform, and what measures are being taken to address them? Lastly, how does the department plan to mitigate risks related to project delays, cost overruns, and quality assurance within the IDEP framework? Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me acknowledge the question from Honorable Ndovu. Just firstly, let me indicate that yes, indeed, the infrastructure delivery platform, which is our infrastructure technology, as we call it, Infratech, is indeed in line and fully complementing the Gauteng's digital platform, precisely to ensure that we can resolve the issue of infrastructure completion risk. This platform is enabled by smart technologies and capabilities that are integrated to ensure adequate management of infrastructure delivery within the province. And in line with what we presented during the budget speech, IDEP as a technology will not work alone, but it also depends on how we drive project readiness metrics, which is part of the ecosystem, and of course the portfolio of risk and that of evidence, and of course the analytics that support IDEP. And of course, since we launched it, I'm very much pleased to indicate that we are able to run projects not through instinct, but through data and information that helps us exactly to make appropriate decisions to intervene in the matters that will help us to address infrastructure challenges. Secondly, let me indicate that the success of IDEP will also depend on the infrastructure governance lab, which is a consequence management tool. We have also deployed to the ground the infrastructure A team, which is also comparing data on IDEP and the real situation on the ground. We have also indicated that we have, in supporting IDEP, we will be introducing the 10 key contractors, who are the contractors that have got enough cash and are liquid to be able to pay for all the costs relating to delivering infrastructure, and of course to deal with the liquidity problem that faces many of our contractors. On the challenges that we have experienced, one of them is data quality. We are addressing that issue because the quality of information that we're receiving is very much important to bring credibility to IDEP. The second challenge is change management, and the head of corporate services yesterday with the new HOD and the AG comprehensively tabled our change management approach. So those are the challenges that we have experienced, and of course, as I'm saying, those challenges. We are managing them, but we are very confident. Even the AG yesterday, when we met, they've given IDEP a thumbs up, and they've committed to start auditing it, and we are quite sure that this tool will help us to modernize infrastructure delivery in the province. Thank you very much.
We welcome the response, and we are impressed that the department has picked up the data quality as a challenge. It will take us to greater heights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. We will resolve exactly the issues of data credibility and integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Premier from Honorable Unene. Imani Bambile Bandasi. Ibambi.
Yeah, I did withdraw that question, Speaker. So,
okay, it's not indicated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chandila.
Bambela somlomo walendlu inkulumbuso yephondo, the MECs, honorable members, nabahlali bonke baseGauteng ngalentsasa molweni. I rise today to ask the MEC of eGov the following questions, noting that the department has introduced innovative technologies this done to enhance e-service platforms. Can the MEC for eGov and research development explain the following? What innovative technologies has the department implemented to bring government up to speed with demands of the 5th Industrial Revolution? And the second question is, how are the department's innovative technologies introduced enhancing service delivery? Diabulela Bambela Somlom.
Member Malandela, are you on the platform?
Yes, Acting Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, the Premier, members of the Executive Council. Is the echo, Speaker? I don't know what's happening. Thank you, Honorable Acting. I don't know what's happening, Speaker. Every time I try to speak, there's an echo.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Member Chantile, for the question. The response is as follows. The Department of E-Government has strategically embraced a suite of advanced digital technologies aligned with the imperatives of the 5th Industrial Revolution, which emphasizes the integration of artificial intelligence, low-code and no-code development, data-driven governance, and human-centric automation. The goal is to transform public service delivery through intelligent platforms that are agile, inclusive, and scalable across the Gauteng City region. The department has piloted the deployment of Copilot to integrate artificial intelligence into the daily workflow of public servants. The tool enhances productivity by offering contextual writing as a workflow of public service. This tool enhances productivity by offering contextual writing assistance, summarizing meeting notes, generating draft reports, and automating documents formatting, therefore reducing administrative overhead and supporting faster decision-making. These low-code and no-code tools enable internal teams and client departments to design and deploy custom business applications rapidly. Power Automate is used to digitize manual workflow, e.g. leave approvals, procurement tracking, while Power Apps supports the development of citizens-facing applications with minimal deployment cycles. Microsoft Fabric integrates data engineering, data science, and business intelligence into a single SaaS solution. The department is leveraging this to create a unified data estate that enhances across the departmental visibility, facilitates predictive analysis, and enables real-time insights for evidence-based policy making. These technologies collectively contribute to the modernization of public administration and e-service as follows. Through Power Apps, the department has reduced turnaround times for deploying digital solutions, allowing departments to respond swiftly to evolving service delivery needs, including IDEP in the previous question, including health screening, permit applications, and internal approvals. Microsoft Fabric supports integrated data analytics, enabling decision makers to visualize trends, forecast demands, and monitor performance across sectors. This fosters proactive governance and resource optimization. Copilot reduces repetitive workloads, enabling staff to focus on value-added tasks such as policy development, stakeholder engagement, and citizen support, thus improving internal turnaround times and responsiveness. The low-code development model reduces the barrier to entry for non-technical users, allowing broader participation in digital transformation initiatives and accelerating the uptake of e-services across under-resourced areas. In conclusion, the department's adoption of the 5IR aligned technologies represents a deliberate shift towards intelligent, people-centered public service delivery. These platforms lay the foundation for a future-ready government that is agile, data-driven, and responsive to the complex socio-economic needs of our Gauteng residents. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gentile.
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thank you so much to the MEC for responding. We note that, of course, the department has challenges in terms of the funding, but one would have an appreciation of the extension of the GBN such that it responds to the issues that are raised in the previous debate that we had around connecting different communities, particularly the schools and the clinics, which are usually down most of the time. If this can also be focused on that, but also an extension of the face recognition that is only applied in a small street, if it can be extended to high spot areas in the province, such that we are able to then fight crime. And lastly, the procurement tracking, which I think the MEC spoke to, needs strengthening such that invoices are paid in time, but also there is no backlog in terms of the submission and the meeting of deadlines. But Ilali Abulel, thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Gentile. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Regarding the municipal debt recovery in municipalities across Gauteng City region, can the MEC for COGTA and Traditional Affairs take the House in confidence on the following issues? Which municipalities are still struggling the most in implementing the debt recovery plan? What plans and support is in place from Gauteng COGTA to help these municipalities mentioned in point 1 to fulfill their obligations? Which municipalities have shown signs of improvement in respect of an improved debt recovery plan for the past 2 financial years? What strategies were used for these municipalities to attain improvement in the implementation of the debt recovery plan? And what lessons can be drawn from this exercise and recommendations that can be deducted from this intervention? Thank you, Acting Speaker.
MBC.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Thanks for the question. Let me just indicate that the reply this time will be very brief, and it's for the following reasons: that the debt recovery plan is also a function, as you may be aware, that we are conducting together with the Provincial Treasury. Treasury plays a very important function in monitoring debt recovery plans. So to that extent, we have looked at this matter in terms of 2 critical, capacity to service 2 most important debts. One is for rent water and one is for Eskom. Those are the 2 big main problems that we have relating to initiatives to service debt and, of course, to recover in this regard. With respect to rent water, And let me also say ESCOM, the two municipalities that are in trouble there is Merafong and Mfuleni. With respect to Mfuleni, as you are aware, there is a rate of, there's a court decision between Mfuleni and ESCOM that empowers ESCOM to collect money directly from residents and to pay ESCOM. With rent water in Mfuleni, the solution to the problem here is the special purpose vehicle, which has been approved by National Treasury, and we have just resolved the big problems of the rate of execution of account on Mfuleni. So to that extent, it is still work in progress, both on the ESCOM and rent water side, so there's not yet much improvement at this point. And then with respect to Merafong, yes, even in this area, as you might be aware, there are still problems with regard to servicing both ESCOM and rent water, and also there's no remarkable progress made at this point. And we have asked for a bilateral meeting with the full mayoral committee of Merafong to try to deal with their capacity to service debt and to recover their financial situation. So from time to time, we'll give updates on the matter, working with Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sai.
Thank you very much, MEC, for that response, and also committing that you will be keeping an eye on the Merafong and Mfuleni debt recovery plans. I think we struggle when we, look at what is happening in Mfuleni and Merafong, where you realize that departments also owe, including these SOE departments. Therefore, it's very, disturbing and challenging. But we're happy with the response that you will be making sure that there is an improvement on that. Thanks.
Honorable Saziniana.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker.
Recognize. That's what he was doing, was it not? He replied after Honorable Nsai. She accepted the reply from Honorable MEC. Did I get something wrong? Were you not responding, MEC, to Honorable Nsai?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was supposed to be given the opportunity to comment on the last remark made.
And I heard you comment after she said it's fine.
Not yet.
And then you acknowledged.
But thank you very much. It's okay. Thanks a lot.
I also heard the same thing. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sususa Yemuriati Gemdal Sekai. Hey, we've just been sworn in last week, so don't suicide. We've been sworn in as a family, so please. Let's proceed, Honorable Sasadinyana.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. MEC, the National School Nutrition Program remains a crucial initiative that supports the well-being and the educational outcome of learners across our province. Could the MEC provide clarity on the following question? Could you please give an update on the current status of food deliveries across all qualifying schools in Gauteng and confirm whether the reported logistical issues have been fully resolved? 2, could you elaborate on the steps your department has taken to ensure that such a delay do not occur in future, particularly in light of the appointments of the new service providers? And lastly, given the budget constraints facing your department, could you explain how you intend to ensure that continuity and quality of the National School Nutrition Program, while balancing the need to protect teaching posts and other crucial education resources? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable NBC.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member. With regard to the first question, the status of food deliveries across all our qualifying schools in Gauteng since May 2025. The Department of Education in Gauteng has stabilized food deliveries by appointing 49 service providers to service the National School Nutrition Program in the following manner. All service providers have completed their dry groceries deliveries to their allocated schools within the prescribed time frame. Secondly, all schools have received the food according to the school-specific delivery schedule. Payments of all April to May invoices have been timelessly processed and paid. All service providers have signed their contracts and service level agreements. All service providers have been issued with a list of their allocated schools. All service providers are given delivery schedules indicating the quantities to be delivered to schools on a monthly basis, dry groceries and weekly perishable groceries. And the department has put systems in place to ensure that any delay is timelessly detected by strengthening the monitoring and reporting of incidents timelessly to district offices. With regard to the second question, can the honourable member refer to the first, to one above? With regard to the third question, the conditional grant funds are being transferred from the Department of Basic Education quarterly for the school nutrition program for quintile 1 to 3 schools. This affords the department comfort that feeding for quintile 1 to 3 will not be affected by budget constraints. The GDE continues to provide NSNP to all schools, while the GDE has sourced clarity in terms of no fee quintile 4 to 5. Provincial Treasury and the Premier's Budget Committee, the Budget Lekgotla, were approached to assist with the pressure. However, the department has not received any funding to assist with the pressure. The department will need to rationalize feeding in quintile 4 to 5, given there are no areas from which funding can be sourced to address the pressure. The GDE has a responsibility to protect compensation of employees in terms of norms and standards. GDE is not intending to reduce any posts. The department is committed in maintaining the teacher-learner ratio. Thank you.
Honourable Citizen.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. In light of the response, MEC, especially where you say that there is a bit of a challenge in terms of non-funding on that, will that not be in a position to disadvantage that delivery, the fact that you don't have that budget? Thank you.
Honourable Lemisi.
No, the comment is noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Nene, to the Economic Development Minister, MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. The CDBang Special Economic Zone aims to revitalize the Vaal region through leveraging industrial expansion on Mfuleni, Mid-Vaal and Lesedi land parcels, with the focus being to expand infrastructure, investments, and employment. Can the MEC for Economic Development answer the following questions? What is the current status of the architectural designs for the Ritzprates project in Mfuleni? What is the current progress regarding the installation of bulk services at the Ritzprates site in Mfuleni? And which investors have signed letters of commitment for the CDBang Special Economic Zone?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the question, Honourable Member. The answer to the first question is that the anchor investor to be located at the Risprait site is Mito Chondri, and they have completed their architectural designs. And the other possible investors to be located on the same site are still concluding their architectural designs and bankable feasibility studies. On question 2, bulk designs for the site have not yet commenced due to lack of funding. However, EIA and township establishment processes have been concluded and were submitted to GDAT on 18 June 2025. Funding is critical to the EIA for external bulk infrastructure, and an application for the water usage license, which will follow the township establishment process. On question 3, the Valley CZ has received a total of 6 investment commitment letters from the following companies: Mito Chondria Energy Systems, Alkichem, Afri Starch, GEFP, Blue Drop Energy, and Swamosa. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, MEC. I want to check if the MEC has an indication roughly how much it will cost for the bulk infrastructure and at roughly which financially or when do you think we'll be able to make allocations for the bulk infrastructure?
MEC?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know because I think they must professionals must make a determination so that we don't thumbsuck it. And I'm sure once we know, as you know, SEZs are supposed to be designated by DTIC. So that process of designating has started. We have written to the minister. And the reason why I'm talking about the designation is because the bulk for SEZs allocations are made by DTIC. So they can only make that allocation once they have designated 1 and 2 determination is made by the professional team on how much. So that's why I can't say which financial year and how much. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Somlo. My question based on social development. During our visitings recently, close to Tsakane Old Age Home in Negoroleni on the 3rd April 2025, serious issues came to light regarding the government and the operation of the facility, including alleged financially mismanagement, neglect of the resident, and the irregular appointment. The concern raised broader questions about the oversight funding and the came standard in old age home support by the government department of the social department. It is essential to understand how widespread such challenges are and what systems are in place to prevent similar occurrence elsewhere. My first question, how many old age homes currently receive support, whether financial or operation, from the government or the Gauteng Government Department of Social Development? What monitoring and audit mechanisms are in place to ensure that funds allocated to old age home and use transparently and efficiently? what standard of care and mandate by the department for elders resident in those homes? What measures are in place to vet and appoint qualified, accountable management for old age home? How does the department respond to complaints of the maladministration from the resident or community? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. Sibingelele, I see your galleries are looking very beautiful. They are full of women today, as it is the Women's Month. Tinta bafazi, tinta mbogoto. Yes, yes, yes. In responding to the question from the Honourable Member, Mkwanazi, Peteni, not Mkwanazi, was a case, and it's Mkwanazi of Gauteng. This one, I and Klobena, claim. On how many old age homes are currently receiving financial support from the department? There are currently 71 NPO owned and one that is government owned. In fact, there are now two because we've got Tembisa and Mohlakeng residential facilities for older persons that are receiving support from the department. In responding to question number 2, what monitoring and audit mechanisms are in place to ensure that funds allocated to these old age homes are used transparently and efficiently? The department has developed standard monitoring tools to oversee program implementation and financial management of all the funded NPOs. The following monitoring processes are regularly implemented. One is the developmental quality assurance. The second one is the case audits. The third one is the on-site visits. In responding to question number 3 on what standards of care are mandated by the department for the elderly residences in these facilities, the department adheres to the Older Persons Act of 13 of 2006 that has also been recently been amended, which mandates various services for the care and protection of older persons in both residential and community settings. The Act also includes and minimum standards that define the required level of care across different service delivery programs. In responding to question number 4, what measures are in place to vet and appoint qualified accountable people? Residential facilities for older persons that are NPO owned operate as a legal and an independent entity. The appointment of the Board of Management is conducted by the NPOs in collaboration with the communities they serve. And this process involves democratic elections held annually, and a police clearance is also required and must be submitted when registering all the elected board members, including all the care workers that will have been employed in that NPO, because most of them, we classify them as vulnerable. So you need to vet all the people that work with older people. In responding to question number 5, how does the department respond to complaints of maladministration? In responding to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, upon receiving a complaint, the department initiates an investigation to verify the allegations and assess the extent of any compromise experienced by the beneficiaries. Based on the investigation's findings, a report is compiled along with an action plan to improve services provided to older persons at the facilities. Where there's mismanagement of money, then the board is called to account to exactly how did they spend that money and what else has happened in that facility, so that then the beneficiaries are not the ones that suffer in that institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mkwanazi.
Thank you for the MEC for responding to this question. I think some of the things we already attended. Thank you. It's just a question delay. Thank you.
MEC, grant. Thank you. Honourable Mizo. Yes, Honourable Mizo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. MEC, the placing of Mitsweding District Municipality, which comprises of Bronkhorstspruit, Kungwini, and Cullinan in May 2011, to be part of Tshwane Metro in Gauteng province has been characterized by tremendous challenges. The extent of these challenges has given credence and suspicious of political manipulation behind the decision. The affected communities have also decried lack of consultation and consideration of long-term financial sustainability. These grave concerns were further acknowledged formally during the visit of the Minister of Human Settlement, Lindiwe Sisulu, in 2017. The process from the inception alleged fell short of the exceptions of Section 25 of Municipal Demarcation Act, which outlines the criteria.
I agree that regulation plays a tremendous role, even in trying regulating the cost.
Which outlines the criteria to be utilized in municipal demarcations. Therefore, to date, the amalgamations continues to be pose challenges to the communities, as it appears that it's still not yet fully integrated administratively into the governance structure of Gauteng. As a result, resources allocations and administrative support remains severely compromised. We would be grateful for the Honorable MEC to respond to the following questions. Question number 1, has the government completed the integration of Metsweding district to accordance with all the relevant legal status and constitutional requirements? Question number 2, what is the cause of non-issuing of the title deeds? Question number 3, are there any specific interventions contemplated by the provincial government to deal with this ongoing land ownership crisis in Ekungwini? I thank you, Acting Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. He has stepped out a bit, so let's move on. He'll answer when he comes back, okay? You can go to your next question. Is this the state? Oh, no, it's another MEC, this one. MEC Sports is here, so you can ask.
Sports. The Gauteng Languages Act of 2016 requires that the department must establish the provincial language unit within the fixed establishment of the Department of Sports, Art, Culture and Recreation, and that provincial organs of state must annually submit a report to the MEC for Sports, Art, Culture and Recreation on their treatment and usage of official languages, who in turn must report to the legislature. We would be grateful for the Honorable MEC to respond to the following questions. Question number 1, has the department established the provincial language unit? Number 2, what are the implications of the absence of the crucial unit in the implementation of the Gauteng Provincial Language Act of 2016? Number 3, does the department receive annual report from the provincial organs of state on the usage of official languages? And has that department been reporting to the legislature on the provincial language usage as required by the Act? Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member. With regard to the first question, yes, the Provincial Language Unit was established in 2022 as per approved departmental structure. Currently, the Departmental Language Unit is operating with 7 language practitioners with the following languages represented: English, Sesotho, isiZulu, Xitsonga, Sepedi, Venda, and one sign language practitioner. 3 posts are vacant and will be filled during the 2025-26 financial year for the unit to be fully capacitated. With regard to the second question, the unit was established and is fully functional. The department is in the process of filling those 3 vacancies of language practitioners for full compliance. So with regard to the third question, yes, the reports are received quarterly from other organs of state. The reports are then consolidated into one and they are submitted to the Pan South African Language Board, PANSALB. With regard to the fourth question, yes, again, the department has been reporting on language usage through the Standardized Oversight Accountability Report, which is submitted quarterly to the legislature. Thank you.
Honorable Miso?
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Are you ready to refer back to the other one? To Kokta?
Yes, I'm awaiting for the response.
You was not here when you asked. Or have you gone through the question? Because she asked.
Yeah, I
You can
answer.
reply.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Apologies, Honorable Member. Now, let me say that, so the question with respect to the integration of Metsweding into the city of Tshwane, as far as we are aware as COCTA, this integration was done in accordance with all the applicable legislations and is fully compliant. In other words, as far as we know, there are no outstanding matters relating to the integration of the former municipality that is now part of Tshwane, the Metsweding district. Now, the second and the third questions are about title deeds, especially the second question. I just want to indicate that we are not aware on any matters relating to title deeds in that area that are affected by integration. And as you are aware, the Department of Human Settlement is responsible and is the custodian of the issuance of title deeds. So to that extent, the matter has not been brought to our attention, and of course we'll check with the MEC if there are any matters that are affected by the previous integration. Secondly, the matters outstanding about land. So Human Settlement is also custodian of human settlement-related land. And also that matter will be discussed with the MEC. However, if there are any matters relating to land transfer and land disputes, we will work with the Department of Human Settlement and the City of Tshwane to deal with any such outstanding matters. But at this point, we're pleased with the integration the way it happened. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC, for the response. However, I want to appeal to the MEC that there are challenges in regard with the land issue, and we see it prudent as Umkhonto weSizwe to bring it into your attention. And we will further want to request that perhaps if you yourself and the Human Settlement Department have a bilateral on trying to resolve this issue, because it has been quite a long time, these issues of title deed and the issues of land in particular has not been resolved. So we want to see a change in that area as far as the issue of the title deeds and the issues of the land. I thank you, Speaker.
Amazing.
Whilst we'll work on the matter, if the member doesn't mind to speed up the matter, could actually also give us some specific cases relating to that, so that we can check with the MEC and Tshwane, but it will also help us if we have to forward some information in that regard. Thank you.
I'll do so, Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As Member Mamabolo is responding, I want him to know that he owes me a bridge in Chukulane in Soshanguve that was supposed to have built the 1st of August. But we'll discuss that as we walk out. My question is directed to the MEC for Education. Key aspects of the GDE safety policies include zero tolerance for violence, other criminal acts, promoting alternative disciplinary measures, and advocating for safe school where education thrives. But despite the above declaration, the following crimes still persist in our schools: physical assault, theft and robbery, weapon carrying, confiscations of knives and even guns from learners reveal the presence of dangerous weapons on school premises. Bullying, gang violence, and tribalism, use of illicit substances, drug abuse was also identified as a serious problem in some schools. Now, the question for the MEC are as follows. Why is the department failing to standardize the provision of safety school, of school safety in all schools, irrespective of their financial standing and status? What measures does the department have in place to ensure that the school remain an area free of dangerous weapons and drugs? In areas where there's high rate of crime, what strategies does the department have to involve the community in partnering with them in trying to resolve those matters? And how has the crime in our schools affected the actual teaching and the learning in the province? And statistically, how many schools were affected by criminal activities in the last financial year? Those are the questions. I thank you, Speaker.
MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member. With regard to the first question, the National School Safety Strategy is an attempt to standardize the provision of school safety in all schools, irrespective of their financial status. The department held school safety imbizos in all regions in the province for parents, educators, school leaders, and key stakeholders to discuss concerns regarding school safety. This initiative is in line with the department's objective of collaborating to develop comprehensive and lasting solutions, with the aim of promoting a safer and more nurturing educational atmosphere for all learners and staff members in the province. The success of the school safety initiatives requires strong collaboration and coordination between sister departments such as the South African Police Service, the Department of Community Safety, the Department of Health, and the Department of Social Development. The support of communities within which these schools exist is also a necessary ingredient for the success of school safety. With regard to the second question, the National Regulation for Safety Measures at Public Schools 2001, the safety regulation as amended, published under GN 1040 in the GG 22754 of the 12th of October 2001, declares all public schools are as drug-free and dangerous object-free zone. This means no person is allowed to be in possession of dangerous objects or drugs in public schools. The safety regulations, a police official or the principal or a delegate to conduct search and seizure at any public school if there is reasonable suspicion that a dangerous object or illegal drug may be present in the school premises. The department is conducting intelligence-driven search and seizure in collaboration with all law enforcement, the SAPS, CPF, correctional service, wardens, and metros in the province. After the operations have taken place, school management is provided with details of the culprits and their transgressions for schools to process them internally through disciplinary procedures. Both search and seizures and the disciplinary process are conducted in line with the South African Schools Act of 1994, Act number 84 of 1996. The department is also conducting school safety talks in assemblies with relevant stakeholders, about the dangers of carrying dangerous weapons. Prison visits are also facilitated for learners by the department in collaboration with the Department of Correctional Services to discourage learners from committing crime. In relation to the third question, the department is in constant talks with the SAPS as the schools are a reflection of the community. The department has embarked on calling community mbizos around the province to get a buy-in from the community to look after schools and also to report criminal activities to SAPS. The department has also deployed 5,000 patrollers to manage access control in schools, and at high-risk schools, security has also been strengthened through the deployment of private security as well. This initiative is intended to help fight crime and ensure safety in schools. With regard to the fourth question, crime at schools negatively impacts the learning environment on multiple levels. The first one, learners who experience or witness violence or feel unsafe may struggle to focus in their studies, leading to decreased academic performance. Exposure to crime and violence can lead to psychological distress, including anxiety and depression, further hindering learners' ability to learn. Fear of crime or violence can cause learners to skip school, leading to missed lessons and a decline in overall academic progress. Bullying and other forms of victimization can damage a student's self-esteem, making them less likely to engage in the classroom activities and seek help when needed. Teachers working in a high-crime environment may experience burnout, decreased job satisfaction, and a decline in their overall motivation. The constant worry about the safety of themselves and learners can lead to increased stress and anxiety for teachers. A climate of fear and insecurity makes it challenging for teachers to establish a positive and engaging learning environment. Crime can erode the trust and respect between learners, teachers, and the school administration, making it difficult to build a positive school culture. Incidences of crime such as vandalism or theft can disrupt normal functioning of school, causing delays in lessons and other activities. A school with a high crime rate may suffer reputational damage, potentially leading to decreased enrollment and community support. With regard to the fifth question, during the school safety mbizos, it was revealed that the department identified 245 at-risk schools, out of which 75 were in extreme high risk. These schools are often located in communities with high levels of violence, gangsterism, and drug abuse, which spills over into the school environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MC. Are you satisfied, Member?
And go to speak.
Thank you. Honorable Kaba.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The question to the MEC for Human Settlements. The Auditor General's reports on municipalities for the 2023-24 noted that COPTA MECs, the Minister, the provincial legislatures were not doing their jobs in overseeing municipalities. According to the Department of Human Settlement Budget Report 2023-2024, Mohale City Local Municipality, which was receiving funds from the Department of Human Settlement, is among Category B municipalities which saw a drastic decline in the allocation of funds from the Department of Human Settlement. The same report acknowledges the failure by Department of Human Settlement to provide clear reasons why. Instead, the Department of Human Settlement report gives an example of Mohale City Municipality, amongst many others, as having failed to use the funds for specific intended purposes, particularly the provision of bulk infrastructure. It is common cause that solutions of all on-site wastewater treatment plants require passing of council resolution where a memorandum of understanding would have to be signed between municipalities and department to fast-track budget approval processes. an estimated budget of almost 31 million rand from Feb 2023 until March 2024 passed for Mogale City Local Municipality for rental of chemical toilets. However, Mogale City Local Municipality has further approved an additional 33 million rand for the adjustment budget for the remainder of 2024-2025 fin year for the rental of chemical toilets, thereby bringing the total yearly expenditure to 63.6 million. This is twice the average spent over the previous years, despite the census 2022 having demonstrated a 14% decline in people living in informal settlements in Mogale City. This decision by Mogale City Local Municipality promoting the use of chemical toilets has undeniably put fiscal pressure on the already constrained budget of the municipality and can thus not be absorbed. The first question to the MEC is, has the Department of Human Settlement signed a memorandum of understanding with Mogale City Council for all on-site wastewater treatment plants? The second question is, may the MEC provide a list of all such memorandum of understandings alluded above entered between the Department of Human Settlement and all the municipalities in the past 5 years? What measures or recourse has the Department of Human Settlement put in place to ensure that municipalities use the funds for intended purposes? And lastly, does the Department of Human Settlement still intend establishing special purpose vehicles in resolving service delivery issues, despite the Auditor General's damning reports on the state of municipal finances and lack of accountability because of the over-reliance on consultants by municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable MEC, Human Settlement.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the question. My responses are as follows. In terms of the first part, the MOU for alternative sanitation technology, including on-site waste treatment plant, has not been finalized yet. In observance of its own internal processes, the municipality had to circulate it internally for comments from the technical department before approval. Feedback is still awaited in that regard. In response to the second part of the question, the only other municipality that such MOUs have been entered into is Mfuleni local municipality. As far as Midvaal is concerned, the department is still waiting for the signed MOU also from the municipality. It is also circulating internally. In response to the third part of the question, no funds are transferred to the municipality with regards to alternative sanitation program. The program is implemented with the assistance of GPF as the implementing agent. Therefore, the department pays directly, or GPF pays service providers directly. The response to the last part of the question is that this is not applicable for the question posed. Thank you very much.
Honorable Baba. Thank you. Honorable Paul.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Over the past 4 months, the economic freedom fighters have posed questions to the Department of Health over the laundry crisis in Gauteng academic hospitals. In the last set of questions submitted, the department indicated that the laundry shortages at Chris Hani Baragwanath and Dr. George Mukari had been resolved. However, it has once more surfaced that these hospitals are still experiencing laundry shortages. On the persisting laundry challenges at these hospitals, can the department truthfully reply to the following? 1. In the last reply provided by the department revealed that contractors at Baragwanath were appointed to attend to these matters. Why is this matter still persisting? 2. George Mukari is also reporting laundry shortages, although the supply of laundry has slightly improved, but they are still facing serious shortages despite the department indicating the procurement of laundry extractors for sluicing and washing. Why is the hospital still experiencing laundry shortages? 3. What is the status of the contractors appointed at Charlotte Maxeke in attending to the laundry crisis? 4. Can the department once more provide measures as to how it will deal with this laundry crisis, and please provide timelines thereof? Thank you.
MEC Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the answer to the first question breaks down persists due to oil machines, because it's asking about the breakdown. Breakdown persists that need to be removed. A challenge is based on daily overflow of and that power. And it take one day.
Can't hear anything.
And this affects the limit time that of the plane maintenance. The answer to the second question where he speaks about Dr. George Mukari, the response is Dr. George Mukari no longer experienced linen shortages. As the hospital has washing machines in-house, some of the linen is washed in-house and some are sent to Masakane on a daily basis. The facility uses the services of laundry workers allocated to our institutions by Masakane Laundry. Some does not require ironing, is washed on site, and then drive within the hospital laundry distributed to the end user point on daily basis. Linen that require ironing is or ironing and returned within 10 hours. The response to the third sheet is that first was one to know the contact go with the data and a job laundry. Maintenance contract.
We're struggling to hear you.
2025. And the progress, all laundry equipment now are operational. In attending to the laundry crisis, reaching the response to question 4, the department has indicated that there is a capitalization program that is unfolding for the procurement of laundry equipment, and it will start with Masakane and the lead time for the delivery of this is 6 weeks, and this excludes the removal of all the equipment and preparation thereof. Response to the last question 5 is preparations for installing new machines in Masakane Provincial and Dr. George Mukari will commence on Monday, the 4th of August, 2025 at Kingston, Paraguay, will commence on the 5th of August, 2025.
I'm not sure if the Deputy Speaker, you heard anything.
MEC, you were inaudible. Member Paul?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For the most part, we did not hear anything from this response. So, to avoid holding the House back in terms of the speaking list and the time allocation, we will request that the MEC give us this response in writing. But maybe the follow-up would be, we took the liberty to go to George Mukari last week. We can say we have videos that show that the tumble dryers there, out of 3, only 1 is functioning. The ironing machines that were recently procured are still not yet installed and are waiting contractors. So can we please be given a plan on how this laundry crisis will be resolved? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to attend to this issue that he's saying, because I'm telling you that contractors are on site as of today, and I'm happy Dr. George has seen them. They are there, they are waiting for the contractor, because there's a process that must be followed. You don't just grab a contractor on the street, put my laundry. It must be a person that qualifies, and you follow proper processes in terms of that. So we will do it, Madam Speaker. Thank you, as we have already indicated in the question. And you will get the written response. Thanks.
That was for the second. You want to make a remark on the second question?
It's fine, Deputy Speaker. We'll wait for the written response, because for the most part, we really could not hear anything the MEC have said.
MEC, please send the written response for both questions. You were inaudible. Eh? Yes, thank you. Let's proceed. Honorable Ngoben.
Greetings, Deputy Speaker. The MEC recently revealed that 200 new schools are needed in Gauteng, and that the department was exploring public-private partnership to remedy the school overcrowding crisis. Regarding the measures to curb overcrowding, can the department reply to the following? In terms of the 2.3 billion allocated towards school infrastructure in the budget for the 2025 and 2026 financial year, can the department provide a brief breakdown of how this allocation will address overcrowding and school refurbishment? With regards to mobile classrooms, does the 2.3 billion allocation cater for the provision of mobile classroom? Are mobile classrooms paid through a monthly lease? If yes, how much money does the department spend on leasing mobile classrooms monthly? And on the public-private partnership being explored for the building of schools, can the department provide more information on that? Thank you.
Missy.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. With regard to the first question, it should be noted that the budget for the 2025-26 financial year stands at around 2.8 billion. The department has several programs being implemented that address overcrowding and school refurbishment. Overcrowding is addressed through the new and replacement program, where new schools are constructed on existing or new sites. The self-build program, which provides additional brick and mortar classrooms at existing schools through the provision of mobile classrooms. Minor refurbishment works is handled through the maintenance allocation, while major refurbishment is dealt with through the department's refurbishment and rehabilitation program. The breakdown is as follows, according to the allocation. For new and replacement, we have budgeted 1.489 billion. Upgrades and addition, that is inclusive of mobiles and self-build, 615 million rather. Refurbishment and rehabilitation is 166 million. And then maintenance standing around 476, which all in all will stand around 2.746 billion. With regard to the second question, yes, allowance has been made in the budget to cater for the provision of mobile classrooms. And the third question, no, mobile classrooms are not paid through a monthly lease. So they are not leased. So in relation to the fourth question, the department seeks to solicit private entities to build schools in high-pressure areas in the current medium-term expenditure framework, and the department's payments are amortized against a longer period to make it affordable. This model will involve the collaboration between the GDE and private entities. The private partner will be expected to finance, design, build, operate, or maintain the infrastructure project for a specified period, sharing risks and rewards with the GDE. Thank you.
No, thanks, MEC, for the response. I think we just in highlighting some of the things that you have raised. I think you have outlined that there are schools that you are working on to build, but we've got a problem with existing schools in most of our township areas. We've got a crisis that we need to make a deliberate effort to try to, improve the conditions there, because we've been in several schools during our oversights. Toilets, it's extremely bad, the infrastructure in some of these schools. But of course, we'll perhaps give a full detail of these schools that we've went to, so that we see how we assist those learners there. Thank you.
MEC?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you once more. I would agree that there are some schools that do have a bit of, defects in terms of infrastructure, primarily because some of the schools are quite old, number one, but also secondly, they always bring up this question, and I always tell the principals, you are a principal, you can see that the toilet is not up to standard. You go to your office and you don't do nothing. So some things also do not require us, because we do have transfers and subsidies, to deal with minor maintenance work in schools. And because of leadership that lacks in some of our schools, they don't do those things. You can see there's a broken window, you leave it for 6 months, and then you write to the district, the school writes to the districts, goes, and obviously when honorable members are doing oversight, Speaker, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, you're protected. Thank you very much, Member Mokwala.
Abang Kwaka no. Kaya Kwaki wapus. Kisabule.
Close the Member Mokwala. Order.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Order. Close. Thank you. Order, members. Order, members. Honorable Mokwala.
Particularly in August. I know he wants to defend the MEC of Education while the MEC is lying under oath, but he must be requested to withdraw because this affects all the women in this house.
Yeah, but order, man. You can't be behaving order.
Honorable Speaker, we have been subjected to this rigorous for far too long.
Madam Speaker.
Please, we have been subjected for this rigorous for far too long.
This fellow has requested a response.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
The MEC is on the platform responding.
It's
now, this kind of bullying,
please do not subject us to rigorous.
We can't be allowing bullying in this house.
Please do not subject us to this rigorous.
No,
our party leader is speaking. Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker. This is cheap bullying.
Please do not allow rigorous to subject us to this. Do not allow this rigorous to subject us to this.
Which one is that? Which member is that?
My order is that he must withdraw for humanizing women in the month of August. And please address that because it cannot be left unattended.
Which member is that?
What? The rigorous that is on podium now.
This is not a
honorable member of the ANC.
You said there's a member. You said there's a member who's dehumanizing.
Yes.
Yes. I said I asked which member is that? Galo, we are all speaking.
No, but this bully can't be coming here with this bullying.
I'm referring to the rigorous that has just put up now.
This bully.
I know his name.
No, we can't have this bullying.
The guy who's speaking now. The guy who's speaking now.
We can't be having bullying in this house.
I'm responding to you, Deputy Speaker. The guy who's speaking now must withdraw for humanitarian women in the months of August.
Member Mokwala, come hold in again, Member Mokwala.
Yes.
Bishop, what is doing that?
Honorable Letswalo.
Honorable Letswalo, you are alleged to have dehumanized, no?
Yes.
Yes, women in the legislature. Can you rise and repeat what you have done or said in dehumanizing women?
Shh.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure whether Member Makwala ma referred what I said. I said, what in makeup mungwane? It's a compliment. It's a compliment. Tell me which part is dehumanizing. No, tell me which part is dehumanizing.
Okay.
Tell me which part is dehumanizing. I can't retract something, so I must retract the compliment.
Deputy Speaker, the honourable member is not requested to explain. I've raised a point of order that you must withdraw. It's your discretion.
Member Masala is not even wearing makeup.
If your wife is not wearing makeup, it's not our business in this house. If your girlfriend is not wearing makeup, it's not our fault. Do not come here with your things of your girlfriend in the house.
Those things are boring. Those things you are saying, those theatrics are so boring. I'm retracting my compliment. I'm retracting my compliment.
Mama,
sit down. I'm retracting it from you. I'm giving
you can still sit down.
Yeah.
Colleagues. Mamelan, the problem with all of you is that so it hurts when it's the other who's doing something to the other. Nothing is unparliamentary that has been said. Member Liswal, do you want to withdraw from what has been said by Member Komakwala?
Yes, let me retract
You
my compliment.
want to retract? Thank you very much. Let's proceed.
I give it to Member Meso.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed. Member, do not interrupt. And when things are said that you do not like, then you make it unparliamentary.
No, but
there was a floor.
Deputy Speaker.
It's withdrawn. I am giving an order and an instruction how we're going to proceed. Member Makwala, the presiding officer, is saying this is how we're going to proceed. I am saying it has been thrown. There's an MEC speaking. A presiding officer.
I don't want you to listen to me. I want you to treat us. I want you to treat us the same way we're treating members of the ANC.
We
are
not
going to members of the ANC and you come and bully us here.
I am giving an order and an instruction as a presiding officer how we're going to proceed. We are going to sit down and listen to the response as I instructed should happen. Nothing is going to disrupt this house on the day because Nikon. You say something unparliamentary, you withdraw. You heckle each other, presiding officer, myself now. When I said order will be restored, you shall restore order. It's as simple as that. MEC, can you give us the last answer you wanted to give so we proceed?
No, thank you, Speaker. Members need to understand that you don't have to like what I'm going to say. As long as from where I'm sitting, it's based on facts that are before me and experience that you might have. The responsibility of us here in the legislature is to also to merge those particular two realities. What is before the MEC and what is before or experienced by members doing their unannounced oversight, which I do appreciate, Speaker. I have no qualms with that. As long as I've always said to members, don't disturb schooling and be progressive as you are going. Because when you come as a MPL at a school, they expect you to assist them to resolve whatever challenges that they are having. But nevertheless, the infrastructure issue is a pertinent issue, and it's one of those issues that are giving me sleepless nights because they are dire, it's urgent, and needs to be dealt with the necessary attention it deserves. So, where I'm sitting, Honorable Ngobeni, you are correct that there are areas, there are schools that have major challenges, infrastructure-wise. In the instances, some mobiles are old, true. Some classrooms, there are certain defects, but schools are given transfers and subsidies to deal with the minor ones. If you leave something for too long, it becomes more expensive to replace, as opposed to if it's not. So it's a complex issue that requires a complex solution to understand. It's not a matter where you must say, hauna stulo and cry foul. You need to understand that as much as hauna stulo, if you're going to bring a question of furniture, there's a school, for instance, which have given 2,800 furniture in the past 2 years. But if you go there now, they have challenges. Why? Because furniture breaks, community steals it, etc., etc. But I understand that, honourable members, we need to earn our salary sometimes, so we need to.
Thank you very much.
It's noted and appreciated, and I will not be bullied.
MEC must withdraw that statement. MEC must withdraw that statement.
Member Masoleng.
Follow up, Deputy Speaker.
Member Abrams, please take your seat. Member Masoleng, it's your turn to speak. Member Masoleng, we are with Hannah. It's your turn to speak.
Deputy Speaker.
We're done with the question. It is your turn to speak now. We are moving the way orders were moving. We're not going to circumvent how we're moving. Member Masoleng, if you want to forfeit your time, I'll go to the next term. Member Masoleng, no, he was responding to...
There's another question.
There is still...
Interrupting, you see when you interrupt, the flow of discussion, as and when you want, you erupt like a volcano, you will have these problems. He was the last one to answer Member Ngobeni. Then he called an order. There was a back and forth. I ruled on it. We are on the next speaker. Member Masoleng, it is your turn to speak. Focus on your question.
It will not question. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
That's not how it happens.
Let us take you through, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Member Makwala, I'm still on track.
Yes.
It will not be you who
The
gets on track.
questions from Honourable
He was the
Ngobeni
last
are
one
two.
to speak.
There are two questions from Honourable Ngobeni.
There's a speaking list.
Let your people assist you.
Member Masoleng,
You are not now, Deputy Speaker. Let your people
Member
assist
Masoleng
you.
who's speaking. No, it's called Member Masoleng. They called an order. When he is supposed to speak last, then then he's supposed to, I am telling you, that's what's happening. He was called into order when he was still on the platform.
There are two questions,
closing.
Deputy Speaker.
So it can't be Member Makwala who speaks on behalf of Member Ngobeni. Member Ngobeni has the Kubegai. Now it's Member Masoleng.
No. Deputy Speaker.
You are misled, Deputy Speaker.
Please check your speaking list.
I've got two questions, Deputy Speaker.
So what was he responding to?
No, let me continue.
There's a speaking list.
Do you have a question to your second list?
Please be guided by the speaking list,
Do you have
Deputy
a second
Speaker.
question? Do you have an answer?
Do not ask the MEC. Please be guided by the speaking list.
Questions.
Settle down.
Deputy Speaker, please be guided by the speaking list.
Settle down.
But you are supposed to be guided by the speaking list. And you are not supposed to ask the MEC.
When you've attended the MEC, you don't get to get emotional because
No, we're addressing you. Honourable Ngobeni has two questions. Please be guided by the speaking list.
Did you get the second question?
Why must you ask the MEC?
Member MEC, did you get the second question?
Yes. The second question is on the speaking list.
Did you get the second question? Iman.
But you can't.
No. You want
to be held hostage. That is you.
MEC, did you get the second question? Paul, sit.
Here's the question.
The violence towards the presiding officer is not going to be allowed.
You are the one unleashing violence on us. You are the one who's unleashing violence on us.
Settle
You are
down.
a bully to
You will
speak.
not hear what I say when you make noise. You will not hear what I say when I make noise.
Okay,
MEC,
Speaker.
did you get the second question?
No. Yes.
So then answer the second question if you got it.
No, the second question
Did
must be
you
asked
get?
first by Honourable Ngobeni.
Did you
Please
get
do
the
not bring
second
chaos
question?
into the house.
You did not get. Did you get the second question? Did you get the second question? If not, it will come. Yes, exactly what I want to say. Did you get the second question? If no, as long as Lula. If not, no. Did you get the second question? There is one presiding office. Did you get the second?
Yes.
One is gone. So is the second one, did you get the second one?
He has not asked
So
it, but
if it's not, it's okay, then it's not a problem. He can rise. There's no need for this. So
That is what we want
That is what we wanted.
Go, settle down.
That is what we
Go,
wanted.
settle down,
no, it's done,
Makwala. Settle down. Second question can come. There is no problem.
All right, no, thank you very much.
You can play like a
No,
doll,
there's
like
no
a
need
baby doll.
for
It's okay.
shouting.
You'll follow.
We'll just raise a question and move on.
If the second question was not asked, on the floor. If the second question was not asked, there is no problem. On the floor. As go yiki because you are attending Namhlanje.
No, there's no fight. There's no fight. We were just trying to correct you. That's all.
Member Ngobeni, please ask your second question if it was not asked. Masolen, you keep quiet if it's not your turn. If it's not your turn, you keep quiet if it's not your turn.
No, thank you very much.
Ngobeni, Honorable Ngobeni, yes, that is why you must keep quiet. Because today you are here. Then that's why you must keep quiet so that you speak. Yes, so do that. Do exactly that. Yes, thank you very much. Member Ngobeni, your second time now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. You are disturbing me now, Deputy Speaker. MEC, teachers are the backbone of the education system. Yet, they are often neglected, overworked and underpaid. In order for us to create an education system that truly works, teacher wellness. All right. Okay, not. All right. Okay. Teachers are the backbone of the education system, yet they are often neglected, overworked, and underpaid. In order for us to create an education system that truly works, teacher wellness and teacher recruitment must be prioritized. With that being said, can the MEC answer the following questions? How much money has been allocated towards the hiring of new educators in the 2025 and 2026 financial year? Number 2, how many educators will be hired through this allocation? Number 3, how many of these educators trained for learners with special education needs? And in terms of teacher wellness, how is Gauteng setting itself apart in caring for the wellness of teachers through psychological support to cater at both the professional or mental needs of teachers? Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. With regard to the first question, the department has estimated an amount of 678 million for the filling of growth posts. With regard to the second question, the department has earmarked 1,500 growth posts for the 2025-26 financial year, and this is due to budgetary constraints. The department has not injected any new posts into the system besides growth posts to address admission pressure. Any other vacant posts due to attrition will be filled in line with the profile compiled by the schools to meet their operational needs. With regard to the third question, the answer here is 11 posts out of the earmarked 1,500 are allocated to special schools. However, filling of such posts will be done in line with the recruitment process, considering the profile needs of each school. In relation to the fourth question, the department, through its employee health and wellness program, continues to prioritize the psychosocial well-being of educators as a critical component of a safe and supportive teaching environment. These services are also extended to their immediate family members and are accessible through our toll-free line, which is the 0800 611 or 61169. That is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year. Through our Gauteng provincial government Zinakekele program, the service includes confidential counseling, trauma trauma debriefing, referrals to professional service providers, and support for personal and work-related challenges. Educators are identified as needing mental health support are referred to appropriate mental health professionals for further intervention. They receive up to 6 counseling sessions delivered face-to-face, telephonically, or virtually at the employee's expense. Furthermore, the department has dedicated employee health and wellness coordinators both at district and head office level, who are responsible for the coordination and implementation of proactive educational intervention, including mental health, gender-based violence, and femicide, substance use disorder, and financial wellness, amongst others. The department also conducts annual teacher well-being seminars that address key issues affecting educators, including mental health, substance use disorders, financial wellness, and gender-based violence. In the 2025-26 financial year, the teacher well-being seminars are planned to take place in February 2026. In addition, trauma counseling is provided when incidents occur at schools affecting educators and staff and support staff. Thank you.
Okay, MEC. Member Ngubeni.
No, thanks, MEC. We raised these questions precisely because there are certain shortage of teachers in other schools. So I think this will assist to fast track the learning of our learners, because if some learners don't have teachers, it creates a problem. So let's chip in and fast track the process of making sure that teachers get to be employed. Thanks.
Thank you again, Speaker. I'm answering this question, I think, for the umpteenth time. In terms of the departments, in terms of the learner-teacher ratio, it complies. It's 1 to 40 and 1 to 35. In terms of the number of educators and the number of learners in the school. And I'm saying members can go and check the number of learners at the school vis-a-vis the number of educators. You will see that the ratio does comply. The issue is on subject choices. And I've used home language as an example. That you find that in one school there are more speakers of a certain home language, and which ultimately will then translate into the number of learners into that class because of the speciality of that educator. But in terms of compliance with the teacher ratio, we always make sure that it's the first thing that we do. Hence, we are speaking about growth posts, that the number of posts that are going to increase is 1,500, and that is based on the learner population growth that is taking place in our province. And secondly, I said we are not going to have new added posts that are not informed by this aspect of the growth in the system in our province. But yes, we note that there are classes of overcrowding because of also another aspect, could be the number of classrooms, mobiles, perhaps. It does happen. But in terms of the provision of the ratio, the department, we are always fully compliant with that particular ratio in terms of number of educators in comparison to the number of learners in the school. But thank you again for the question. And I'm happy that Honourable Member Skwaga Siduti Classic.
Thank you very much. Member Mafredi.
King is strong. Deputy Speaker.
Eh?
He does not have audacity to insult people.
Did you insult Member Shiran? Member?
He lacks capacity to can insult Shiran.
This caucus has been very weak ever since you came in.
Speaker, I never mentioned a name. I never said. I don't know why people are feeling good. Why do you act on feeling when I didn't say you? No, there's no insult.
Thank you, Bikoko Deputy Speaker. Regarding during the budget vote on the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, smart cities was the new buzzword. This, however, left us with more questions than answers. Number one, can the department provide us with a brief summary of vision of smart cities for Gauteng? Two, where will the funds for this project be sourced from, and what will be the cost to implement it? Number three, how will COCTA, DID, and GIFA work together towards the implementation of this vision and the sourcing of funds? And number four, how will this project be integrated into existing CBD revitalization programs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, let me acknowledge the question. And all I want to say is that there is a full document that talks to and provides full details on the concept of the smart cities, including the definitions. This document has been handed over, presented to the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development. We have committed to present it to the Portfolio Committee on COCTA. However, in the last Portfolio Committee meeting prior to the budget, we have given this document to the committee. So I would like to plead that due purely to time, we do not present the document here because the document has been circulated. If the member doesn't have it, I can do that now. I can send it to the member. But I just thought because we are way out of time, I shouldn't go into the detail about that, and I hope the member will support this. However, having said that, all I can say now is that the Gauteng Smart Cities approach vision has been framed as a livable, inclusive, and technologically advanced city region that's globally competitive, sustainable, and resilient. The mission links with the mission statement, which is to harness infrastructure, technology, innovation, and collaboration to drive economic growth, improve quality of life, and promote environmental sustainability. And of course, this document, this concept is not new. Already the province has been talking about it since 2009 to 2014, 2015 to 2019. And of course, as I said, the document is available. But also, we have adjusted this document to respond to the 13 challenges that the Premier of the province has outlined during the State of the Province address. So we seek to respond to that. But just again, COCTA, DID, and the Gauteng Finance Infrastructure Agency, which is GIFA, are all united and integrated on precisely implementing the strategic direction of smart cities. Number two, about the funds, I just want to indicate that in the smart city document, we do have a list of projects that we have identified and are clearly spelled out in the document. Those have not yet been costed, but COCTA, DID, and GIFA will each, in their budgets, implement this. Let me also indicate that the reason why the Premier has transferred GIFA to DID is also to help precisely with business cases, with triple Ps, so that we can raise money to augment the already troubled fiscus. And also, GIFA has now been directed to support municipalities. We are very much pleased that there's good progress, 1.6 billion raised for City of Joburg to drive waste-to-energy smart projects, 1.5 billion to the Department of Education to deliver 18 schools. So GIFA has demonstrated capacity to work in the alternative sources of funding space, and that's what we are trying to do. So we are quite confident that with GIFA helping us and the budget allocations that we have, we should be able to take this vision forward. Lastly, about what before last, how these departments will work together, that is clearly outlined in the document as well, but we have got what we call the 10 integrates in the document. The 10 integrates in the document indicate precisely how the three entities will work together. I'll give you one example. COCTA is helping us with IGR that coordinates GIFA, coordinates DID, because many of our projects are trapped in municipalities with no decisions being made. So COCTA is helping us precisely with integration, troubleshooting, and I've already outlined how each of them are going to work. But the three entities need each other. They need to coordinate, to integrate, and to work together, and it's clearly spelled out in the document. And of course, the issue of the CBD revitalization program, it's quite critical to the smart cities, and that is why we have placed as our starting point investments in the CBD of the city of Joburg, which is where the legislature, the provincial departments are all sitting. We are still here as the legislature, provincial departments are still here, and the province will, in the next few weeks, we will make an announcement on how we're going to deal with this project of investments in the CBD. There's just some final touch-ups that have been done, negotiations and discussions on strategic partnerships to make sure that we can unveil a clear way forward on improving the provincial seat of government as a direct way to improve the CBD precinct as a whole. So that matter, we will talk to it. But otherwise, I'm pleased to circulate the document to the members. It has been formally given to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We'll be reading on behalf
It's Member Masoleng, Member Mokola.
Oh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We'll continue monitoring, but it has been on paper since 2009, and it more like sounds like a dream. But let us hope this dream will ultimately come through. And I will continue monitoring the processes. Thank you.
Good point. We need a strategic long-term vision. So that's what we are trying to do. But otherwise, we will continue to report to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Standing in for Masilela.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Regarding infrastructure projects that were completed in the last financial year and infrastructure projects to be completed in this financial year, can the department answer the following? 1, what was the target for the number of infrastructure projects to be completed in the 2024-2025 financial year? 2, how many projects were completed in the 2024-2025 financial year? 3, please provide the details of projects that were completed and those that were not. 4, for this financial year, which new construction projects will the department undertake, and rendering the new ecosystem that the MEC boasted about? Can the MEC elaborate on the measures put in place to improve the delivery of infrastructure projects?
MEC?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Now, with respect to the very first one about the target that was set, the department had set up targets for education branch, which were about 14 projects. For STARS, which include other departments, were 6. And of course, for the Department of Health, were 4. But as you know, currently we do not have a service delivery agreement with the Department of Health, not as yet, and those matters have been discussed. Now, I'm very careful, Honourable Member, to talk about completed projects. I don't want to include others that were renovations, but I want to talk about completely new schools that have been built in the last financial year. I'll reduce it only to that, although there was a lot of work that was being done. We launched the project on Bram Fisher School that was completed, and of course, Ribani Laka, and of course the Athlone Girls High, which also has been completed, but there are other renovations and other work that have been done which outlive in the parliamentary, with the question. And then of course there are projects that have not been completed, and those are also listed here. They include a number of these, like WK du Plessis, the Simonia Secondary School, Simpato, Refitlepele, and of course the Women's Living Heritage Monument, amongst others. And I will not touch on those with the Department of Health, as we are still finalizing the issues. Now, the ones that will be constructed for this financial year, they are also listed here, and this includes Nansfield Primary School, Rasteval, Simonia Secondary School, and of course those that I've mentioned as incomplete, like Du Plessis, Simpato, Pegastal, and of course the Women's Living Monument. As I said, those are projects that we will be looking at. Now, with regard to number 4, about us boasting about IDEP, I don't think we did boast, we simply presented. Let me correct that. But otherwise, as I did answer to Honorable Ndlovu about almost the same question, I just want to say that the ecosystem to deliver new infrastructure moving forward, I did indicate, number 1, it includes the Project Readiness Matrix Digital Infrastructure Platform. It includes the Project Readiness Matrix Infrastructure Governance Lab, and the PRM 10 key rescue contractors, and of course the PRM Multidisciplinary Infrastructure A team, and lastly the PRM Intergovernmental Relations. And all these work together. They are related, they are integrated, because we have made a point in this House that there's no silver bullet, there's no single one thing to address infrastructure delivery challenges. You need multidisciplinary, integrated, and complementary interventions that work together in an ecosystem, like a natural ecosystem, working and complementing each other. So that's what we presented as our turnaround based on the Project Readiness Metric ecosystem. I just want to correct, we didn't boast about it. Perhaps the member should say we presented it in a manner that is convincing that it will bring positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Maybe the follow-up will be on the MEC to provide a clear list of all these projects that have been completed in the 2024 and 2025 financial year. But second to that will be the list of all these departments, particularly the Department of Health and Education, of all the projects that your department has completed, so that in record we have the names of all these projects. Thank you.
That we will do, Madam Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Regarding Copanong project and allocations in DID's budget for 2025 and 2026 financial year, can the department answer the following questions? Number 1, what is the total amount of money allocated from this financial year's budget to complete the Precinct? Number 2, how will the department ensure accountability in the meeting of targets this time around in the Copanong project, considering the Precinct has been abandoned before? Regarding the 22 million the department allocated for clothing suppliers in its budget on goods and services, can the department elaborate on this? And considering that the department put cost containment measures in place, why is the department spending 41 million on consultants?
Yeah. I just want to indicate that thank you very much, Honourable Member and Madam Deputy Speaker and Honourable Members. So firstly, I think it's just important to convey to the House that the Gauteng Provincial Government, through its EXCO, the Provincial Cabinet, has taken a firm decision to change from the concept of Copanong project, and we're talking about the Gauteng Government Precinct, because We are just not dealing with offices of the provincial government. We want to invest and improve the CBD as a whole, not just isolated doors or buildings of government departments. So we're talking about the Precinct project to indicate and to convey our intention to invest in the CBD and improve it as a whole. The second point to make about this is that the total amount of money to be allocated from this project, as it stands currently, will be dependent on the procurement relating to the public-private partnership process, because we have decided that we should drive this project through a PPP, which has experienced challenges in the last few years, and that's because of the complexity of PPP transactions. But we are quite confident that we should be able to drive this through an investment method known as PPP, because the fiscus itself will not be able to deal with this matter. We need public-private partnership to deliver this project and be able to make long-term payments on this. So the actual amount will be determined once the PPP process is completed, and it's not yet completed at this point. The other point to make is that the department has also appointed the Gauteng Finance Agency to drive the PPP for the government precinct, because GFA specializes in PPP transactions. So they were initially terminated, but we have reinstated them to lead on PPP this time, and we're quite sure that they should be able to deliver this. Now, with respect to the amounts that you are referring to, these were to buy uniforms and protective clothing for all our officials, and the monies that were used for the consultants. As a department, we use consultants for various purposes, including quantity surveying, basically PSPs, and of course, these different other support services. And I hear you on the point about government having adopted measures, cost containment, but unfortunately our department's delivery model includes the use of consultants for various delivery processes in the nature of the industry that we're dealing with. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our first question was rather not on the CBD, but on the Copanong project on its own, to ask this question of whether it will be completed or not. But also the second question will be as follow-up. When will the PPP be completed as the MEC has said? But also the last one will be to elaborate further, MEC, on the 41 million that you are spending on consultants.
MEC?
Yeah. Can I, with your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to say to the members in the House that the Copanong project was mainly referring to improving and giving a facelift or changing the look and feel of our of the provincial accommodation for departments in the CBD. So it was actually meant improving buildings owned by government. They are here in the CBD. So we have said, instead of just focusing on the government buildings, let us deal with the space around where they sit. And that space happened to be the CBD. They are spread across the CBD. So that is why we have said, instead of just dealing with that, with the issue of buildings like the legislature itself, let us deal with everything around it so that we can improve the entire CBD. So that's why there's an overlap between the two. So I just wanted to clarify that. And of course, the details about the breakdown of the expenditure on the money for consultants, we have it here. We will provide it with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makene.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, to the MEC of Environment. 2 of the air quality monitoring stations in the Rand West district municipality were reported to have collapsed, and the municipality is said to not have a budget for replacing them, leaving the area with no air quality data for 2025 and most parts of 2024. Can the MEC provide a status update on this? Has a budget since been allocated to fix and maintain the...
066. Unknown participant is now joining.
Please mute colleagues on the platform, on the virtual platform. Please continue, Honorable Makgale.
Has a budget since been allocated to fix and maintain the air quality monitoring stations in the Rand West? Are the stations currently operational? Considering that the province assisted the municipality with the procurement of some of these analyzers and the municipality has since failed, how can the province intervene in this regard, as it is unacceptable that a municipality host to so many mines lacks air quality monitoring stations? And the last question, West Rand District Municipality is said to not have a budget for climate change mitigation and adaptation. How can the provincial government assist the municipality in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you. MEC on the platform? Is she there? Oh, you will be answering. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. At question 1, the Department's role is to provide support to municipalities in performing their functions. Municipalities are mandated to monitor ambient air quality in their jurisdiction, and it is therefore the responsibility...
Unknown participant is now exiting.
It is therefore the responsibility of the West Rand District Municipality and its local municipalities to secure adequate resources for maintenance and management of the 2 stations. The Department has limited budget, but there are plans to procure data loggers, modules and screens for the 2 ambient air quality monitoring stations during the 2025-2026 financial year. At question 2, the municipality has 2 ambient air quality monitoring stations located at Lerotong Hospital and Yarona Clinic. Lerotong Hospital monitoring station is operational, but with low data recovery due to malfunctioning OPSIS data loggers. Yarona Clinic monitoring station is currently not operational. The 2 monitoring stations have challenges related to old analyzers, OPSIS data loggers and modules which need to be replaced for the stations to be fully operational and report data to South African air quality information systems. The procurement process for the required components is underway, and should it be successful, the 2 stations will be fully functional before the end of the current financial year. The Department continuously, at question 3, apologies, the Department continuously assists the municipality with calibration, routine station visits and identification of challenges. The Department is procuring data loggers, modules and screens which will bring both stations to operational state. The Department is partnering with Clean Air Fund to roll out and commission 200 air quality monitoring low-cost sensors across the province. The project is currently advanced stage, as the first batch of 50 low-cost sensors have been recently delivered by the supplier. There will be 9 low-cost sensors in the Rand West City Local Municipality, the Mogale City Local Municipality, and 9 in the Merifong Local Municipality. In total, 24 low-cost sensors will be commissioned in the West Rand District Municipality. This will ensure that the spatial ambient data coverage for the municipality is expanded and the data is always available. At question 4, due to the lack of dedicated budget, the West Rand District Municipality cannot tackle climate change adequately and has been unable to recently undertake any specific climate change needs and response assessments apart from a climate change vulnerability assessment and response plan, which it undertook in 2017, but now that needs to be updated. There are, however, other avenues available whereby WRDM can drive climate action and target interventions, albeit indirectly without a dedicated budget, using existing resources and platforms that are accessible to it and aligned to development goals too. The provincial government can and does play an important role here, particularly the Gauteng Department of Environment, which has the direct mandate for climate change at provincial level through technical assistance and capacity building. WRDM hosts a quarterly environmental coordination forum that involves the local West Rand municipality, and climate change is a standing item on the agenda. Furthermore, GDN engages WRDM on a continuous basis to appraise it regarding climate action and disseminate relevant information and development to it. There are also several forums and events that the WRDM participates in that are climate change related, and direction is provided for it, taking mitigating and adaptation responses to place it on a low carbon trajectory through existing budgets and in other municipal activities where possible. COGTA also engages the municipalities regarding disaster risk planning and management, whereby GDN contributes climate change aspects, whilst it can share provincial climate risk data and modelling tools to support evidence-based planning. On an ongoing basis through other partners and in collaboration with both local and international NGOs, GDN seeks funding and environment and training opportunities to capacitate and upskill officials in local government and enable them to undertake climate change projects and responses. Any relevant information pertaining to the climate change that GDN generates or receives from the national department, DFFE, gets disseminated to local government level, and similarly, with any projects the GDN undertakes or manages, it involves participation by local government. Through these interactions, WRDM can remain abreast of climate change developments, but without a specific budget, it remains challenging to create awareness and incorporate these into existing activities and policies through its different business units. Currently, GDN is finalising a review of the Rand West Municipality's draft land use scheme, where it is proposed to have climate change principles incorporated therein. While in other projects related to water resources, monitoring activities in the cradle of humankind, World Heritage Sites, similar principles are being proposed. On an annual basis, GDN reviews integrated development plans and spatial development plan frameworks of municipalities and participates in medium-term expenditure committee to provide climate change input. The following illustrates how WRDM can engage climate change activities and events in the province, and also where it has participated in projects. Quarterly Climate Change Forum hosted by GDN, annual/biannual Climate Change in Daba hosted by GDN, bilateral meetings to assess preparedness towards climate change and provide awareness, having a permanent climate change champion/ambassador from WRDM, having tree planting activities in WRDM, having cleanup events in WRDM. RDM participated in the development of the Net Zero Guidelines. WRDM participated in the development of the Gauteng Green Public Procurement Guideline. WRDM participated in the development of provincial greenhouse gas inventory. And at TVET College in the WRDM is engaged in providing training to local graduates in solar PV training and installation through a GDN project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. During the 2024-25 financial year, the department faced serious cash flow difficulties that hindered several deliverables, including the payment of suppliers and the postponement of and discontinuation of projects earmarked for completion during the previous financial year. Concerning the financial health of the department in this financial year, can the MEC please answer the following? Has the department's financial position improved in terms of the cash flow difficulties experienced in the last financial year? In terms of the project earmarked for implementation in 2024-2025 financial year, which of these were discontinued? Which of these projects have since been reinstated, and at the close of the 2024-2025 financial year, was the department able to pay most of its creditors, including the e-government for Microsoft license? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you once again for the questions, Honourable Member. At question 1, yes, the department's financial position did improve in terms of the cash flow difficulties experienced in the previous financial year. Since the beginning of the new financial year, with the new budget allocation for the 2025-2026, the department's financial position has improved. At question 2, as a result of the financial difficulties experienced by the department, the following indicators were revised from the APP. The indicator name, number of recycling facilities and buyback centres supported. The annual target was revised down from 150 to 0. The progress in regard to that, in the financial year 2025-2026, a total of 50 waste enterprises buyback centres and cooperatives will be supported with a recycling equipment procurement process which is underway. The indicator number 2, number of waste recycling cooperatives formalised. The annual target was revised down from 50 to 0. In the financial year 2025-2026, a total of 50 waste cooperatives will be formalised, with the DTIC A service provider has already been appointed to assist the department with the project. Indicator number 3, number of waste recycling cooperatives trained. The annual target was revised down from 50 to 0. In the financial year 2025-2026, a total of 50 waste enterprises, buyback centres and cooperatives will be trained, training to be conducted on August and September 2025. Indicator number 4, Gauteng Waste Minimisation Regulation promulgated. The target for this was revised from finalisation and submission of the regulations for EXCO approval to 0. The development of the waste minimisation is currently underway. The final draft of the regulation will be submitted to EXCO in May 2026. Number of trees greening planted. The annual target was revised down from 300,000 to 100,000. The number of trees planted in the 24-25 financial year was 132,914, exceeding the revised target of 100,000. At question 3, all of the above mentioned indicators are being implemented by the department in the 2025-2026 financial year. The first 4 indicators are located in the operational plans, as the additional funding that the department received was allocated after the finalisation of the annual performance plans. At question 4, no, at financial year end 31 March 2025, the department were not able to pay most of its creditors due to the cash flow difficulties experienced in the previous financial year, these including the Microsoft licenses claim. However, an additional budget of 24 million rand was allocated to the GDOD in the current year 25-26 to pay for the creditors of the previous financial year. The outstanding Microsoft licenses were paid to e-government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Gentile.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to ask the MEC of eGov the following questions. That during the State of the Province address, Premier Honourable Panyaza Lusufi indicated that the Gauteng provincial government was moving away from paper-based government to a paperless government, to implement smart government, and to promote digitalization of services across the city region. Can the MEC for eGov and Research Development answer the following questions? Does the eGov department have an effective, sustainable departmental plan to implement smart government to promote digitalization of services, payments, and citizens' access through the Gauteng digital platform? Number 2, can the MEC outline the strategies to drive the inclusive innovation to establish digital innovation zones in universities, SEZs, township, tech hubs across the province? Thank you.
Honourable eGov, MEC eGov.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Speaker, and thank you once again to the Honourable Member for the question. Yes, the Gauteng Department of E-Government has a detailed and multifaceted departmental plan to implement smart government and advance the digitization of services, payments, and citizens' access through the Gauteng digital platform. This strategy is formally articulated in the departmental annual performance plan for 2025-2026 financial year and the 5-year strategic plan of 2025 to 2030 and the 4IR growth and digitization strategy. The overarching goal is to transform public service delivery, promote inclusive socio-economic development, and establish a smart Gauteng city region through widespread digital innovation plan. This platform is central to the strategy designed as a single shared environment for multiple e-government services. The aim is to provide citizens with a unified point of access to government services, reducing cost and the need for physical visits. The department offers a range of e-services through this platform, including applications for school admissions, liquor licenses, and government jobs e-recruitment. A core pillar is the expansion and the maintenance of the Gauteng provincial network. This includes rolling out public Wi-Fi to townships, informal settlements and hostels to bridge the digital divide. The plan also involves upgrading the network to ensure constant connectivity, implementing a hybrid cloud solution for all government data, and strengthening cybersecurity measures. The department is actively working to digitize all public services to improve efficiency and access. This includes upgrading and enhancing existing digital platform and expanding the catalog of e-services to improve the user experience. A major focus is using technology to improve the lives of citizens, especially in previously disadvantaged communities. This is being achieved through initiatives like the rollout of the Gauteng e-Panic Button app to enhance public safety and the expansion of your CCTV surveillance. The strategy emphasizes digital skills development for both the public and government employees to create a future-ready workforce. The department aims to create opportunities for entrepreneurs, particularly youth, women, and people with disabilities, through the normal procurement prescripts. The Gauteng Department of E-Government has a clear and strategic plan for a smart government. The plan is well structured with a strong emphasis on infrastructure, service digitalization, and the citizen inclusion. However, its success will depend on overcoming significant challenges relating to funding, robust infrastructure, and the development of digital skills across the province. On question 2, the department has collaborated with the University of Johannesburg and other academic institutions to foster innovation, sustainability, and research and development. In the township tech hubs, the department is supporting innovation through SMMEs by providing digital tools and training. SCZ are being targeted for smart infrastructure upgrades to attract tech-driven investment and foster industrial innovation. I thank you.
Enkosi Sihlalo wekomiti zalendlu. Just an appreciation for the solid response and the work that the MEC is doing in the department is really appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Gentile. Can I call upon Honorable Klebere to read your question to MEC Chalwani, please? Your mic, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable MEC, in the 2024-25 departmental budget and related public statements, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation committed to upgrading several community arts facilities, including Rabasotu Community Hall in Tembisa, Mphatlalatsane Theatre in Sebokeng, and Moses Mulelekwa Arts Center. These interventions were set to form part of a broader 4.8 million investment under the Community Arts Center program. Could the MEC kindly respond to the following questions? What is the current status of the refurbishment and upgrade of the following facilities? Rabasotu Community Hall, Mphatlalatsane Theatre, and Moses Mulelekwa Arts Center. Number 2, what quality assurance mechanisms have been implemented to ensure that the identified infrastructure defects such as leaking roofs, poor electrification, and structural wear have been adequately addressed during renovations? And what checks and balances have been put in place to ensure that there is full transparency and accountability for the full budget allocation of 4.8 million? And lastly, what post-renovation programming and operational plans are in place to ensure that these centers function as active hubs for local artists, youth empowerment, and community development?
Honorable Chalwani, you can respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you, no member. With regard to the first question, the department wishes to clarify that the Community Arts Center allocation of 4.8 million in the 2024-25 financial year was not earmarked for infrastructure refurbishment, but rather for artistic programming and creative development within the CACs across the province. This funding is disbursed through a tripartite agreement between the National Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and the Department and Gauteng's Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation as the overseeing body and the Gauteng Community Arts Center Network, which represents and manages the programming across the 22 community arts centers. The facilities referenced, Rabasutu, Mphahlalatsane, and Moses Mlelekwa, are included in the department's broader infrastructure development and maintenance program. However, at present, these centers have not received infrastructure upgrade allocations. With regard to the second question, there was no budget allocated in the previous financial year or the current financial year for that matter for the refurbishment of projects in question. The quality assurance will be determined and implemented once.
Sorry, MEC, can you mute, please? Can you mute, please? Okay. You are disturbing the House.
The quality assurance will be determined and implemented once there's an allocation and once the department has established alternative ways to fund the projects. In relation to the third question, there was no budget allocated for the projects in question, and the question can be thoroughly responded to once an allocation is secured. With regard to the fourth question, while infrastructure upgrades are not part of the current budget cycle, the department remains committed to ensuring that Gauteng Community Arts Centers operate as vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive creative hubs. The artistic programming currently funded is focused on, firstly, stimulating local culture, cultural production and entertainment, providing market access opportunities for emerging and established artists, promoting creative entrepreneurship, especially among youth, encouraging inbound artist mobility across regions and districts, showcasing works through local festivals, showcases, and community-driven platforms. The 7th administration has prioritized initiatives that link creativity to economic participation. The future infrastructure investments will be aligned with programming goals to ensure the holistic sustainability of these community hubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Cholwani. Any follow-up question or remarks, Honorable Klebere? Thanks.
No follow-up question.
Thank you so much. Moving on, Honorable Gentile, can you ask a question for MEC Human Settlements, please?
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. I rise to ask the MEC of Human Settlements the following questions. That Honorable MEC, the department has undertaken a cleansing and verification of Gauteng Housing Register, which currently records approximately over 1.2 million individuals who are on housing waiting list. This is a welcome development aimed at ensuring fairness and prioritizing long waiting beneficiaries, including those that have applied as back as 1996, the disabled, child-headed households, and veterans. Could the MEC kindly respond to the following questions? 1, what progress has been made in cleaning and verifying the housing register needs, and how is the department ensuring that the progress is transparent, inclusive, and free from manipulation? Number 2, how is the department prioritizing the long-standing applicants, such as those from the 1996-1999 list, vulnerable groups like the veterans, persons with disabilities, and in their current housing allocation? Number 3, how has the department addressed the persisting housing delivery problem, and what is the department's plan and timeline to address the title deeds backlog? And how will the communities be engaged to ensure that the rightful beneficiaries receive security of tenure? Thanks so much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gentile. Honorable MEC Montara, you may respond.
Thank you very much, Chairs, and the response. Thank you for the question. The response, Member Gentile, is as follows. On the first part, that the department acknowledges the importance of ensuring integrity, fairness, and equity in the management of the housing needs register, especially given the historical backlog and growing demand for housing across the province. The cleansing and verification of the Gauteng Housing Needs Register is a critical step in ensuring fairness, transparency, and proper prioritization of long-waiting and vulnerable beneficiaries. These are the elderly, people living with disabilities, military veterans, and child-headed households. The process of cleansing and verification is currently ongoing and forms part of a broader national systems review being led by the National Department of Human Settlements as communicated by the Honourable Minister, Ms. Tembing Gadimeng Simelane. The review aims to ensure standardization, integration, and accuracy of the housing demand database across provinces, and this is to eliminate duplication, outdated information, and fraudulent entries. Gauteng's Department of Human Settlement has been working in alignment with the national directives and is contributing to the process by preparing records and identifying inconsistencies within the provincial database for submission. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. The Department of Human Settlements in Gauteng remains committed to delivering housing opportunities in a just, equitable, and humane manner, especially to those who have been on the waiting list for extended periods and those belonging to vulnerable and marginalized groups. The Gauteng Housing Allocations Policy, aligned with the National Housing Code and the Provincial Beneficiary Management Strategy, explicitly reserves allocations in departmental housing projects according to the following formula. 40% of housing units to applicants from 1996 to 1999, 30% of approved beneficiaries with no pending claims, 10% to elderly applicants or pensioners, 5% to people with disabilities, 5% to military veterans, and 10%, which is a discretionary allocation prerogative, including emergency or special case needs. This framework ensures that historical applicants, especially those who applied between 1996 and 1999, including many pensioners, receive the highest prioritization. Compounding this, the policy elevates the elderly further as a category over and above combined allocations to other specific groups. The allocation process is overseen by the Joint Allocations Committee and is subject to internal audit and oversight by the Office of the AG to guard against undue influence. Each priority category's allocations are documented and reported separately, enhancing transparency and enabling external scrutiny. The response to the last part of the question is as follows. There are two key impediments to the transfer of properties in the growing backlog of unsecured land tenure system in the province. These are outstanding township establishment milestones and occupants that are not approved for the units that they are occupying as per the housing subsidy system data. In addressing the title deeds backlog, the department works with other role players such as the municipalities, sector departments, and National Treasury by firstly determining the degree of the backlog. It also makes budgetary provisions towards conveyancing and pre-transfer functions such as township formalization. This program seeks to transfer about 70% of correctly allocated beneficiaries situated in appropriately registered townships and substantially reduce the number of townships with outstanding establishment requirements. There are ongoing engagements within affected communities to insensitize them against illegal occupations and sale of properties, as well as encourage them to follow proper legal processes in administering deceased estates and conflict resolution. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC Montara. Any supplementary question, Honorable Gentile?
No, just to appreciate the response by the MEC, but also to indicate to the MEC that we may really need to come up with a very solid communication plan to ease the anxiety of and the impatience of a lot of beneficiaries who are in these different categories that she is speaking on, who end up illegally invading some of the projects that are not even finished, delaying the process of allocation, but also costing the department a lot of money. And I think really there needs to be some sort of straightforward communication such that our people's anxieties really ease it. But truly appreciate the response by the MEC. Thanks.
Thank you so much. May I just remind honorable members that the Deputy Speaker was presiding early in the morning, has announced that we will complete the questions for today. We have about 6 to 9 questions that was backlogged, and altogether 35 questions. We are almost there, Honorable Mamabolo. So as soon as I'm sure that we will complete as it was ruled this morning. Thank you so much. Honorable Mtlongo, can you ask the question to MEC Chilwani Education, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the House and the people of Gauteng at large. Honorable MEC, noting that the online learner admissions process for grade 1 and grade 8 opened on the 24th of July 2025 and will close on the 29th of August 2025, and given the ongoing concerns about delays, digital access challenges, and capacity constraints, could the MEC kindly provide clarity on the following questions? Firstly, what specific measures has the department put in place to prevent delays in the placement of learners for the 2026 academic year, particularly in high-demand schools and districts? Secondly, is there any consideration to extend the application deadline to accommodate parents who may struggle to apply online on time? Number 3, how is the department ensuring that parents and guardians, especially those from disadvantaged communities or without reliable internet access, receive adequate support throughout the online admissions process to prevent exclusion? Number 4, following the recent system upgrades, what mechanisms are placed in order to monitor and promptly resolve any technical issues? This is including system crashes or application blockages during the peak periods. And finally, how is the department planning to expand school infrastructure to meet the growing demand for placements in the 2026 year and beyond? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Mtlongo. Honorable Chilwani, MEC, you can respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Honorable Member. With regard to the first question, it must be noted that placement offers are made annually to all applicants before the end of November, as in the previous year. What is perceived as delayed placement is parents' refusal to accept offers or allocated placements. Such parents demand placement in schools of choice where capacity would have been reached. The following procedures are also put in place to address that. School capacities were increased to accommodate additional learners. In high-pressure schools where land space is available on the school premises, school resources are being supplemented with self-built classrooms and mobile units. Advocacy is amplified to reiterate the regulated admission to manage public expectation. With regard to the second question, the application period will not be extended. The application period for parents to submit application to schools is from the 24th of July 2025 to the 29th of August 2025. The department encourages all parents to adhere to these timeframes when applying and submitting supporting documents to schools. Additional resources have been made available to assist parents with application processes at decentralized venues, district offices, and all public schools and the provincial head office. The department continues to promote the application process and timelines through various platforms, including social media, flyers, billboards, and mainstream media. With regard to the third question, all ordinary public schools, districts across the province and the provincial office are available to assist parents to submit their applications during this application period. In addition, the department has established 80 decentralized working centers where parents can be assisted. With regard to question 4, the system is subjected to rigorous testing prior to it being opened. This includes the following tests: functionality tests, performance tests, load, soak, and concurrency tests. The province is happy to announce that no technical issues were experienced in the 2025-26 admission period to date. However, the following measures have been put in place to prevent and address potential technical issues. The technical team that monitors the system performance from the back end on an ongoing basis, the contact center as well as All officials managing admissions are capacitated to resolve reported issues. Contact details of responsible staff are shared with the public, and all schools and working centers provide assistance where required, and issues where are brought forward, they are escalated to the technical team. With regard to the fifth question, the provision of additional mobiles and the establishment of satellite schools in identified areas of high pressure serves as a short-term solution to manage infrastructure shortages. Where unavoidable, some schools in high-pressure areas increase their capacity with reasonable limits to facilitate the accommodation of additional learners. As long-term solutions, the self-built initiative, where schools are funded to build additional classrooms, remains ongoing. Furthermore, areas are identified for new schools to be built to accommodate the demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Chulwane. Honourable Mtlongo, any supplementary question or short remark? Thanks.
No, thanks, Chair of Chairs, and thank you, Honourable MEC, for those responses. I think to the House, it's important that we note the self-built program and the progress that has been made in using the self-built program instead of at times waiting for infrastructure, the DID, whereas there's quite a backlog of work that they are doing for all other departments. I think we must invest more in the self-built programs at schools because we have seen its successes, and it does bring dignity to our learners to not be using mobile classes, but be using classes that are built in their own schools by their own people. Thank you.
Honourable MEC, are you good?
No, thank you. It's well noted.
Thank you so much. Honourable Mtlongo, you are up again. Can you ask your question to the MEC of Roads and Transport? Honourable Diale Tlabela, please. Thanks.
Thank you again, Chair of Chairs, and greetings again to the House. To MEC Diale Tlabela, noting that as of May 2022, it was recorded that the license renewal backlog of Gauteng province stood at around 973,635. Can the MEC for Transport and Logistics update the House on the following? Firstly, what interventions has the department applied over the past 2 years to address the backlog? Secondly, what has been the performance of the DLTC in contributing towards the turnaround plan of addressing this backlog? And finally, what is the status of the backlog currently? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mtlongo. Honourable Diale Tlabela, can you respond, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to honourable members in the House. And thanks to Honourable Mtlongo for the question. As part of expanding services to townships, informal settlements, and hostels, the department has established new smart licensing centers in areas like Atteridgeville and Procedural, which are already opened and operationalized. We further have established new ones in Babonya that is ready for, it's under commissioning and it's ready to be fully opened, as well as in Mamelodi and Mhlakeng. And further to that, honourable members will know that the mandate is also, the municipalities are also implementing agent, and the city of Ekurhuleni and city of Johannesburg were able to open additional centers such as the one in Tembisa as well as in Diepsloot. The Gautrain Management Agency also had opened 3 DLTCs at Gautrain stations, and the RTMC opened 2 DLTCs, one in Waterfall Mall and the other is in Centurion. We further have 4 mobile units that we have established that moves around throughout our province to provide the services. 2 additional, like I said, additional DLTCs are due to be launched this year in Mamelodi as well as in Mhlakeng. The second question, the backlog was because of the COVID-19 national lockdown. The DLTCs were operating extended hours and days to address the backlog. The GMA as well as the RTMC DLTCs are still operating on extended hours and days. And the third question, as of the 30th July 2025, out of 973.635, 705,196 have renewed, and 268,000 have not renewed, resulting in 72.4% of renewal. The expired or not renewed driver's license cards may not be considered as a backlog. Cards not renewed are also because of the following reasons. One, it's as a result of perhaps maybe as a result of one, driver license holders who have passed on. Two, confined in an institution, hospital, prison, etc., and unable to renew the card. Three is driver's license holders not presenting themselves to the DLTCs for renewal due to unemployment, financial constraints, and others as to know them. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Those are the responses. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Mtlongo, any supplementary question or short remark?
No, thank you, Chair of Chairs. I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mtlongo. Moving right ahead, Honorable Nyati, S. Nyati, can you ask your question, please, the MEC of Environment? Thank you so much. Your mic, sir.
Ngibingelele usihlalo ozihlalo namalungu ahloniphekile esishayamthetho. Sedibeng district faces several environmental challenges, including water and air quality issues, waste management problem, and the impact of climate change. Water resources in Sedibeng are affected by pollution from industrial and domestic sources, including wastewater treatment plants not meeting required standards. Brickvale Talton that was built on a sinkhole and dolomite with sewer spill. Flip Human Wastewater Treatment Plant, Percy Stewart Wastewater Treatment Plant. MEC, these are examples of treatment plants that contribute to environmental challenges that Sedibeng district is faced with. All these are due to aging infrastructure and damages caused by theft. Question, as you engaging in process of refurbishing this infrastructure, do you have a solid plan to keep them up to standard to avoid pumping funds to same project repeatedly? What are your security plans to guard against vandalism on those who are currently undergoing refurbishment? What is the department doing? What is the department doing educating the communities on the importance of keeping the environment friendly? With question number 4. With increasing number of settlements around these treatment plants, what is the department doing to meet the increasing capacity demands? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyati. Honorable Botha, can you please respond? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much, Honorable Nyati, for the questions. In terms of question one, in terms of section 156 of the Constitution, municipalities are water services authorities and are required to provide basic water and sanitation services, including addressing sewage pollution issues. They also execute the mandates of ensuring effective management and maintenance of wastewater treatment works within their jurisdiction. To this effect, the MEC Environment is not responsible for the refurbishing of infrastructure or the management of funds that are allocated to the waste treatment plant. Therefore, the Executive Mayor and the Municipal Manager of Mogale City Local Municipality would be in the best place to respond to this question as the Water Services Authority and the mandated authority to ensure effective management of the wastewater treatment works in Mogale City Local Municipality. At question 2, the MEC Environment is not responsible to ensure the security and protection against the vandalism of the infrastructure at the treatment plants. The Executive Mayor and the Municipal Manager of the Mogale Local Municipality would be in the best position to respond to these questions as the lead authority responsible for the effective management and protection of the wastewater treatment works infrastructure within the Mogale City Local Municipality. At question 3, the department embarked on several environmental awareness campaigns, including the Climate Change Schools Program Awareness Engagement Campaign, implemented through the Groundwork and other community-based organizations, Bontle Kibuto Communication, Awareness and Advocacy, Youth Jobs on Waste and Waste Innovation, and awareness projects, and compliance promotion activities through the environmental blitz and awareness sessions. These programs aim to educate communities and regulated industries about the necessity and significance of environmental protection, particularly regarding waste management and air pollution issues. Additionally, they provide guidance on how to report illegal environmental activities occurring within the community or communities. At question 3, the MEC Environment is not responsible for the management of the increasing capacity demands of the treatment plants resulting from the increasing settlements around the area. It is the duty of municipalities working together with the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements and COGTA to ensure and guarantee that, that residential developments are equipped with all necessary bulk services that are adequate to accommodate the capacity of the houses being constructed, including the potential for an increased number of residents in each household. Thus, the Executive Mayor and the Municipal Manager of Mogale City Local Municipality would be in the best position to respond to these questions. Thank you, Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Botha. Honourable Nyati, any supplementary question or short remarks, sir?
Thank you, MEC, for your response.
Thank you so much. Honourable Dilebo, if you can ask your question, please, to MEC of Human Settlements, Honourable Mutara. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. On behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party in Gauteng, we wish to bring to the attention of the MEC for Human Settlement the pressing housing challenges faced by communities across Tshwane, including areas like Winterfell, Mamelodi, and Soshanguve, that continues to experience housing shortages despite years of promises and allocated budgets. The fact is, there are several incomplete housing projects scattered across Tshwane, where construction began years ago but was abandoned, leaving residents in limbo and contractors unpaid or unaccountable. Another concern is that many RDP houses beneficiaries in Tshwane have occupied homes for years without receiving title deeds, leaving them vulnerable to eviction, fraud, and unable to use their homes as economic assets. The previous Auditor General and Provincial Treasury reports have identified the Human Settlement Department for underspending on key housing budgets, resulting in unspent funds being returned while communities remain homeless. Questions to the MEC. 1, what are the exact housing targets set for Tshwane under your leadership? 2, can you kindly provide specifics in terms of units delivered per financial year and by which contractors? 3, given reports of stalled and incomplete RDP housing projects in areas like Mamelodi, Nelmapias, and Garangua, what corrective measures has your department taken? 4, how many housing beneficiaries in Tshwane have received formal title deeds since 2019? Last question, budget underspending has been cited as a reason for slow delivery. Can you provide a breakdown of the human settlement budget allocated to Tshwane in the past 3 years and how much was spent? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Dilebo. Honourable Montara, please respond.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and thank you to Honourable Delebo for the question. The response is as follows. In relation to the first response, it is detailed. I will try to give it, but it's in tabular form. I would also send it to the member. In the financial year 2023-24, we had a planned total budget of 67,523,000, with the actual expenditure at 34,107,000. Our planned targets for the year were 407. We delivered 328. For the financial year 24-25, we had a planned budget of 121,572,000. Our actual expenditure was 104,704,000. We planned to build 295 units. We delivered 630. The response to the second part of the question, it's also in tabular form. I'll also submit it to the member and hope that the member can follow as I present the information. In the 2024-25 financial year, the project at 3D Hammanskraal West, which was extension 2, phase 3, the contractor appointed was Bamboo Rock Construction. They built 140. We had a planned target of 115. They built 146. The second project was 3D Sokulumi Rural Development. Appointed contractor was Amandla Construction. The planned target units were 25, none were delivered. In 3D Soshanguve Block MM Informal Phase 6, the contractor appointed was Mavizo Construction. The planned target units were 80. The actual delivered was 102. In 3D Mamelodi Extension 6 Phase 1, that project has not yet commenced because it has got to go back to for planning milestones to be completed. In 3D Soshanguve Block V Extension 1, Phase 1, we appointed Morikuri Construction. The planned units were 30, they built 20. 3D Soshanguve Extension 19, Phase 4, we appointed Continental Engineering. They were supposed to build 25, none were delivered. In 3D Soshanguve South Extension 1, Extension 2, and Extension 3, which was just top structures, Phase 3, we appointed Morikuri Construction. They were supposed to build 20, they built 35. In Olivenwood Bosch Extension 30, the appointed contractor is a project by the city of Tshwane. There were no planned targets for the year. However, the city built 327. For the 23-24 financial year, in the project Soshanguve Block MM Informal Settlement, the contractor appointed was Mavizo Construction. The planned target units were 36, but they delivered 60. Hammanskraal West Extension 2, Phase 1, appointed Bamboo Rock Construction. They were supposed to deliver 20, but none were delivered. In Hammanskraal West Extension 2, Phase 2, also Bamboo Rock Construction. The planned target units were 40. The delivered targets were 32. Soshanguve Block IA and NN. The appointed contractor is SKS Business Solutions. The planned targets were 30. The actual delivery was 32. In Winterveld Extension 3, Phase 2C, the appointed contractor was Rich Oil Resources. The planned targets were 51. They delivered all 51. The Olivenwood Bosch Extension 6-0, also by the city of Tshwane for the 23-24 financial year, did not deliver any units. Soshanguve Extension 1, Plot 67, the appointed contractor was Lilita Letu Trading. They were supposed to deliver 53. They delivered all 53. In Nelme Pierce Extension 24, the appointed implementing agent was HDA, or the Housing Development Agency. They were supposed to build 100. They delivered all 100. In Mabopane Khatsebe, there was no appointed contractor, and there we have an outstanding amount of units of 62 that are meant to be built. In Mamelodi Extension 6, the appointed contractor was Temi Construction for 10 units. None have been delivered. And Soshanguve Extension 1, 2, and 3, Morikuri Construction, 5 were meant to be built and none were meant to be delivered. So out of the 2024-25 financial year, we had a total of 630 delivered out of a planned target of 295. In the financial year 23-24, we had 328 out of a target of 407. The response to the third part of the question is as follows. we have attached a report which is called Annexure A, which is the Tshwane region blocked projects, and it also further provides the detail of the projects. I will also submit it to the member. The response to the last part of the question related to underspending and expenditure. Over the past 3 years, the expenditure was as follows: 2022-23, the budget was 228,501,000. The actual expenditure was 70,524,000. The planned targets were 808, and the actual delivery was 515. In the 23-24, the budget was 67,523,000. The actual expenditure was 34,107,000. The planned targets were 407. The actual delivery was 328. And as stated earlier, for 24-25, the actual budget was 121,572,000. The expenditure was 104,704,000. We built 630 units with a target of 295. The other information, which is quite voluminous, Chair, I will request to submit it to the member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC Montara. Honorable Tilebo, any supplementary question, short remark?
We'd like to thank the MEC for her comprehensive and detailed response. We will, however, continue to monitor the progress, especially on the ongoing projects and the one that is supposed to start soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tilebo. Can you continue? Your second question to MEC of Education, Honorable Chilwane, thanks.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. As the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, we wish to bring to the attention of this House a matter of urgent concern regarding the Department of Education in Gauteng. It has come to our attention that private security companies were appointed to provide safety services to schools in Soshanguve. In addition, community members were also hired to perform similar duties in various areas in Soshanguve. However, we have been made aware that private security firms have not been paid for their services, hence they were unable to pay salaries. In some cases, security officers were either not compensated at all or were paid below the minimum SIRA prescribed rates. This situation is unacceptable and constitutes not only a breach of contract, but also an exploitation of vulnerable workers who were committed to ensuring the safety of our schools. Questions to the MEC. 1. Why has the department failed to pay the private security companies and community members who were contracted to secure schools in Soshanguve? Second question, can the MEC confirm whether all appointed security companies were vetted for compliance with SIRA regulations? 3, why were some allowed to pay below SIRA prescribed rates or not at all? 4, can the MEC provide a full list of private security companies and community members who were contracted to provide security services in Soshanguve schools? Last question, considering the ongoing scourge of criminal activities in schools, can the MEC confirm whether security services are still being provided at all affected schools in Soshanguve? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tilebo. Honorable Chilwane, MEC, can you respond, please?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Honourable Member. With regard to the first question, the department has paid service providers in Soshanguve. There are other security companies working in Soshanguve which are not in the employ of GDE. So these act as volunteers in the eyes of GDE. The second question, all security companies appointed by GDE are checked thoroughly for SIRA registration before they are appointed. With regard to the third question, all companies that are appointed by GDE are paid according to SIRA rates. So the GDE does not pay security guards directly. This is the responsibility of companies that are contracted to the department. So the exploiters are the companies themselves, not GDE. With regard to the fourth question, the department has only contracted the following private security companies to provide security services in Soshanguve. The list is Mabovozi Security, Mtiani Security, Orlwanezi Security, Marredi Security, Shiska Security, MKT Security, 1890 Security. Those are the only companies that are contracted by GDE, that were contracted by GDE to provide services in those particular areas. With regard to the fifth question, currently the department has issued termination letters of security companies due to the cost containment. This initiative will only be renewed or reviewed rather once the required funding has been secured. Thank you.
Thank you. Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Tilebo?
Thank you, MEC. Can we perhaps get that list of contractors who are contracted by the department so that we can investigate further whether the allegations are what they say or not? Thank you.
I think, I remember, the only private citizens that we work with are petrollers, which we source through our MOU with the Department of Community Safety, through the CPF. Those are the private individuals that we will contract onto our school premises, and they get a stipend of around 5,000. That's how much we. But however, I know that in Soshanguve and also in the Katoras area, there are groups or community members who go and guide schools on their own, not because they are contracted to the department, but they unilaterally take an initiative, and of which we appreciate, because this is a societal matter. It requires everyone to really play some form of a role to ensure that it secures our schools. So there are those, but they are not necessarily contracted to the department. But we can give the full list of who's contracted to us in the area.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Moving right along, Honorable Mkonazi, you can ask your question to the MEC Motara. Thank you so much.
Mhlonishwa Chairperson, ngokuphendula umbuzo HSO 12 wavusa ukukhathazeka okukhulu mayelana ngesimo senhlalo esibi emahostela ikakhulukazi Denver neGeorge Gore. Ungqongqoshe wezindlu waphendula ngalendlela elandelayo mayelana nokubandakanywa kwabahlali basemahostela ekuhleleni nasekwenzeni lemisebenzi yokulungisa. Ungqongqoshe uthe kube nokuxhumana okuningi nabaholi abamahostela okuhlanganisa izinduna, amakhansela omkhandlu, izikhulu zikamasipala kanye nama-MMCs. Lokhu kuhlanganisa ukuvakashela emahostela ukuze kuhlolwe inqubekela phambili nokuxhumana nabahlali. Noma ke lempendulo yamukelekile, lo mkhandlu unomthwalo wokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi izinduna azigcini nje ngokuba izethembiso ezibhaliwe, kodwa kufanele ukuthi sibe nobufakazi obucacile. Umbuzo wami wokuqala, ingabe ungqongqoshe angakwazi ukuhlinzeka ngobufakazi obubhaliwe obufana ne-attendance register yemihlangano ngokusho kwakhe imininingwane nemibiko yemihlangano eyabanjwa nabaholi kanye nabahlali basemahostela njengoba eshilo empendulweni yakhe. Umbuzo wesibili, ingabe ungqongqoshe angacacisa ngokuphelele izinhlelo zokuvakasha walk about nezinto ezaba yimpumelelo ngesikhathi sokuxhumana nomphakathi emahostela iDenver neGeorge Gore nakwamanye amahostela ukuze kuqinisekiswe ukubamba iqhaza kwabahlali. Ingabe sekuke kwaba khona umbuzo wesithathu lo khona ukuhlolwa okuzimele izinkampani zangaphandle okuqinisekisa ukuthi ukuvuselelwa kwenziwe ngempela nokuthi ukuxhumana nomphakathi kuyiqiniso. Uma kunjalo ingabe lo mbiko uzokwethulwa nini phambi kwale ndlu yase-eshamthetho? Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Mkonazi. Honorable MEC Montara, you may respond, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and thank you very much to Honorable Mkonazi for the questions. The response to the first part of the question is as follows. The Johannesburg Inner City Hostel in Daba was convened by the MEC of Human Segments on the 4th of December 2024. It was also joined by the MEC of EGAV, Honorable Dlamini, as a representative responsible in the Executive Council for Hostels. The meeting was convened at the Capital Hotel in Sandton. The purpose of the hostel stakeholder consultation was to discuss the department's 2,000 units precinct development and alternative energy solution plans. We have attached the attendance register as the member has requested. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. The MEC has conducted an oversight visit to the Johannesburg inner city hostels, namely MBA, Murray and Roberts, JP, Denver, and LTA on the 4th of September 2024. A follow-up visit was held at the same 6 provincial hostels on the 4th of December 2024. A follow-up visit was also conducted on the 5th of March 2025, and the MEC will be returning to the 6 hostels together with the head of department, the project managers, as well as the service providers on the 6th of August 2025, which is tomorrow. The MEC on these site visits was joined by the MMC Mabaso of the City of Joburg, as well as the 2 ward councillors in which the wards, in which these hostels reside. The purpose of the visits was to assess progress of the hostel redevelopment program, as well as the interventions made by the department. These include major repairs, such as sealing of the buildings, electricity repairs, sewer repairs, and water infrastructure upgrades, as well as alternative energy supply, solar systems, as well as high-mast lights, and the overall precinct development. The response to the third part of the question is as follows. Work, which includes major repairs as well as daily cleaning, is currently being implemented by the department in the 6 hostels that the department owns: Denver, George Koch, Murray and Roberts, LTA, MBA, and JP. This work is done by independent companies or contractors, and this work is also supervised by independent professionals. These reports that get produced regularly by the independent professional resource team as part of the portfolio of evidence show that major repairs is happening. Such portfolio of evidence is used as evidence for processing of payments. Given that such evidence is voluminous, the department will make the annexure evidence available to the members to view the reports and the supporting documentation. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Mkwanzazi.
Thank you, MEC. Ngine proof yama photos ngizomemailela yokuthi le ndawo ayicleanwa akuhambeki kugcwele amanzi ukuthi ke asho ukuthi labantu laba abathi bayasebenza lapha ngempela abantu bahlele endaweni engafanelekile and bangama voters ngicela ukuthi ayithathe serious ngoba nginama photos ala this week nje engwathathila khona ayi proof ngicela aphe angithumelele konke lokho nami ngizomthumelela ama photos. Thank you.
Are we good, MEC?
Thank you, member. Yes, she can send the photos to me. We also take photographic evidence of the work that is being done. We will just compare the dates of the photos that she submits and take it up with the service providers. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Hickl, you may ask a question to the MEC Infrastructure Development, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. MEC, you have long stated that the forensic pathology services are working optimally and that there are no issues with the Hillbrow and other mortuaries in terms of occupational health and safety compliance and adequate working environments. With this in mind, would you please advise, one, why has the new Johannesburg South Forensic Pathology Services Laboratory, originally scheduled to open in 2019, and so far having cost in excess of 700 million rand, not opened? Two, a report in News 24 alleges that delays in payment are a major part of the issue, despite the original estimate being only 588 million rand, and that professional team designs do not comply with municipal bylaws and building constraints. How can over 700 million rand have been paid out to design and building contractors whose designs and buildings are said to be over 98% complete and yet be in contravention of municipal bylaws? And three, how is the carrying out of the annual 4,000 autopsies being impacted by this forensic pathology service being temporarily housed in a building at the Helen Joseph Hospital grounds in Auckland Park? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mamabolo. You may respond.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. And let me acknowledge the question that is being asked. I'm just trying to recollect the context and the place where the statement could have been made and in what situation that is being referred to by the member. However, Chair, we have commissioned a legal opinion and also just as an investigation into the root causes of what led to this. And that is ongoing. It is about to be completed, which will really give us a proper account of what has happened and whether some of these matters were justifiable or not. And it will also help us to deal with matters of consequence management. And at this point, I wouldn't want to preempt that process. And I want to plead with the Honourable Member to allow us to conclude that so that it can tell us in detail what has happened, because I strongly believe some of these things should have not been allowed to happen. So to that extent, I also want to say to the member that the Premier of the province has directed that this facility be completed before the end of this year. And I know that there are interactions between DID and health teams to make sure that the directive of the Premier is fully complied with. And on that note, I would like to leave the matter there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Hickl, any supplementary question or short remark?
I will leave it there, MEC, on condition that you do come back to us, because I was told in another meeting that the only thing that is outstanding is the placement of fire extinguishers. And I was absolutely aghast at that. But I will leave it in your capable hands on condition, thank you, that you do come back to us with, or certainly to me, with a comprehensive answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Eklund. You may remain standing and ask your next question, please.
Thank you so much. MEC, again, I'm going back to how can the Department of Infrastructure Development sign off on designs and plans for a massive strategic infrastructure project, such as the Johannesburg South Forensic Pathology Services Laboratory, that is intrinsic to the functioning of all forensic pathology services in Johannesburg when they don't comply with municipal bylaws? But I will leave it there. The question for me now is, this new facility is proposed to handle autopsies and other forensic pathology services not only from Johannesburg, but from outside the area as well. How is this delay affecting service delivery to the citizens of Gauteng awaiting autopsy results, SAPS awaiting blood results in terms of toxicology results in violent crimes, and other criminal cases needing forensic reports?
MEC Mabulo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I think Honourable Member will agree with me that with respect to the completion of the facility and the problems that surround it, I think I've dealt with this matter, except just to add that this includes also the quality of work done with respect to the plans. Currently, the department and the City of Joburg are dealing with these issues of approvals of designs and all matters relating to town planning and any other approvals that the department need from the City of Joburg. So those matters are being dealt with, but we will still also find out why that happened. We need to go to the root cause of that and whether this poor performance related to service providers that were doing this work. So that we'll deal with. And I hope the member agreed. We will share with you the information once we have it. And actually, the legal service team that we have commissioned, they should have given us a report by now. So we'll just check what is still outstanding. This is a very detailed assessment of everything, including all the approvals that were made or had to be made or were not made. With respect to number two, I just hope you'll agree with me that the impact is quite severe, obviously, in the sense that the facility is not there. But I think the full details of that impact are operational matters that now health can better explain. We will stay better with the build and engineering space and not go into the real operational issues, but definitely without that facility, the impact will be severe. But I may not have the operational extra details about how that, I think that could be, I think health is better placed to deal with that. But we accept that the fact that this facility is not available, all the services it had to provide are definitely not being provided. And the impact is definitely severe. But otherwise, we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Member Hecklin, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
I do, Deputy Chair of Chairs, thank you. And MEC, the reason I am so persistent in this is I want to state a case to you that has been brought to my attention. A 42-year-old man died on the 26th of April. His post-mortem was conducted on the 30th of April. The death certificate, the medico-legal post-mortem was done in Springs, and they were told they had to wait 8 weeks for the autopsy report. That took them to the 25th of June. On the 30th of July, they have been pushed from one SAPS office to another, Benoni, Boksburg, North Springs. They have now been told they have to wait between 6 and 10 years before they can get the autopsy report. This is a case of medical negligence. It's criminal. And this is because we have the largest forensic pathology laboratory unavailable to citizens in Gauteng. It's criminal, sir. I have to lay the blame squarely at the foot of the Health Department and DID for a building that started in 2019 and in 2025 is still not complete. The impact on families is dramatic. This woman needs to finalize a negligence case in the death of her son. And I cannot make it understood enough the impact this has. Thank you.
Yeah, I gave you longer than necessary because of the sensitive matter that, of the nature of the matter that you've raised. But let me see, do you have any further input that you want to make? I think I think it's noted, and yeah, we hope that the families find closure to this such sensitive issues. Member, the MEC for Economic Development will respond to the next question online because he had to go and attend a G20 subcommittee meeting that started at 2 o'clock. So, Member Moriarty, you can then ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise to ask the MEC for Economic Development. In the recently released Mero documents, there is a section that is a review of SEZs. In this section, it says, issues such as unreliable power supply, inadequate transport networks, and water shortages have hindered the full potential of these zones. Could the MEC please indicate, one, in precisely what ways have these issues impacted TASES, and two, in precisely what ways have these issues impacted OR Tambo SEZ? Thanks.
MEC Baile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The answer to question one is as follows. The first thing is around power interruptions. Initially, TASES was provided with VIP electricity status. However, due to vandalism resulting in the collapse of the N4 pylons in 2023, the VIP electricity grid was discontinued due to lack of capacity and losses of more than 130 million between January and May 2025 by TASES anchor tenants have been reported. What has been the solutions, or what are we going to do? Firstly, TASES has adopted an energy mix solution that includes solar and battery storage, gas-generated power, diesel generation, which is an interim solution, and two, the city of Tshwane to fast-track the reinstating the VIP grid. The city of Tshwane has indicated that the line will be fully restored by end of July, so we hope that they will be able, because they've not by now installed it, but that's what they promised us. On two, there's been issues of water challenges. So currently, interruptions in TASES with regard to water has been low, only twice in the past 3 years. However, moving forward, this could become a risk as there is a overburden on the current bulk infrastructure. So what are the solutions? TASES has requested City of Tshwane to give early warning of such interruptions. Some tenants have already installed backup water storage systems, and TASES commenced with construction of an additional reservoir in July 2025. That will be online from August 2026. On transport, network, logistics, infrastructure, inland SEZ investors on average pay between 30 to 60% on logistic costs than coastal SEZs. Poor inland rail logistics exacerbates these costs as it leads to longer delivery lead times, higher material handling, and insurance cost. Poor rail infrastructure then means more trucks on the roads, ultimately also impacting the road infrastructure. Potential investors interested in export will then rather locate to a coastal SEZ. So what are the solutions? IDC, Transnet, and ESA have commissioned work on the technical. There's a technical advisory services that has been sourced for the railway upgrade between Gauteng and PE, a project which is called Vuselela. So that project will move from Tshwane to PE. In fact, it's the expansion of the rail line. It is there, but then there will be. On water disruptions, the impact to water disruption is similar as the points listed for electricity above. On question 2, first, the OR Tambo SEZ Precinct 1 is a national key point, which means that the precinct has access to special arrangements by the city of Ekurhuleni on issues such as power supply and related matters. In addition to this, the precinct has backup power in the form of diesel-powered generators, and these kick in whenever there are power outages. Where City of Ekurhuleni is unable to offer special arrangements, or where the City of Ekurhuleni is carrying out routine electrical maintenance and may need to switch the precinct off to a determined period of time, water outages hugely impact Precinct 1 as one of the big tenants is a food production facility. And this means that water is key to their operations. The OR Tambo SEZ Precinct 1 does incur expenditure in relation to the provision of water. Whenever there are water outages, discussions are continuing with City of Ekurhuleni on the city's future support measures on this matter. From a transport infrastructure perspective, Precinct 1 is located on AXA land and is within close proximity to the OR Tambo International Airport, where there is a lot of activity from a logistics perspective. At this point, the existing logistics network augurs well for the Precinct 1 tenants, particularly those who export their products or goods via air freight. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chiefs.
Member Moriarty, any supplementary question or remark?
Yeah, if I may remark on the reply of the Honourable MEC. Firstly, just to say that what is interesting is we're talking about two specific SEZs here, and not getting personal, Mr. Deputy Chair, you raised a question earlier on about another SEZ, and I note that our colleagues in various economic development fora have this habit of spreading this word SEZ everywhere as if everything is an SEZ. And quite correctly then, earlier on today, the MEC indicated that in terms of the DTIC, and I'm going to quote from an NCOP reply to a question to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, he says that there are only two designated SEZs, and we're talking about them here. So any other reference to an SEZ is actually not accurate in terms of what the SEZ is supposed to provide. But what I find interesting in this reply, which I'm grateful, Mr. MEC, for the very thorough and comprehensive reply, it actually paints a picture. And it paints a picture of the South African difficulty. We want to increase our economy. We want to increase GDP because through these things there will be more jobs and more wealth. And that's the simple fact. But it will come when investors can invest. And you've pointed to the very things that are holding back investment. We obviously don't see crime in this particular list, but that's not what the question was about. The fact is that beyond crime, the impediments to any investor wanting to speculate in our province is these services. And it's great that in these particular SEZs that there are mitigations that are being put in place to protect investors, but unfortunately outside of the SEZs, these mitigations don't exist. I think we must think of these things and think of what it means for our economy and our engagement then with our municipality friends, because clearly the impact that the MEC has indicated and the additional cost of mitigation cannot be borne perpetually. So thank you very much, Mr. MEC. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC, do you have any further input you want to make?
Yes, certainly. I'm not sure, except trying to sound clever and knowledgeable. I'm not sure what the honourable member, what point was he trying to make on the issue of the SEZ designations? Because in the morning, when I answered your question, I did indicate that the proposed SEZ that you asked about, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, was not designated, and that's why when I gave an answer about what is the possible cost for bulk, I explained that no, I will not be able to give you that answer because professional work must be done, and upon designation, DTIC will make money available for bulk and all that. So I made that point. So I don't know what. So that's the first thing. But the second thing, we are on the record as Gauteng since Premier Makura's time. We said we want to have a multi-tier system of SEZ, and that's why there was a proposal about SEZ in Vaal, SEZ in West Rand. And by the way, the SEZ of Tshwane, the TASES SEZ, is actually working on the permit of what you call the OR Tambo SEZ. So we have no confusion. We have clarity, absolute clarity. So the honourable member should not try to sound knowledgeable or clever. We know what we are doing and we understand very well, and that's why we're able to give that answer in the morning. On the last part of his comment, I mean, the president has spoken about infrastructure challenges, what must happen. The Minister of Finance has announced more than $1 trillion that we're investing in infrastructure. The Minister of Electricity and Energy has been on record on the things that we're doing, including recently that we will be adding even nuclear and all that. There's an infrastructure, energy mix strategy of the country. The Minister of Water, there's work he's doing. So instead of the honourable member trying to say something that we don't know and perhaps something that's helpful to try and fast-track the process, it doesn't help to just criticize for its own sake. We are worried about the economy, perhaps not more than even him, because we are running the province, we are running the country, and it has a huge impact on our ability and our capacity to meet our set objectives, including creating the economy, growing the economy, and creating jobs, etc., etc. Thank you very much, Chair, Honourable Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, MEC Maile. We'll now ask Member Ntsege to read the question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regards to Tembisa, could the MEC please indicate, is the department aware that Tembisa Ekurhuleni residents believe that they are paying high rates for electricity? Has the department done any investigation to determine the payment rates of Tembisa residents? If yes, what was the outcome of the investigation? Are Tembisa rates higher than other townships, and what are the Ekurhuleni township payments rates difference? What plans does the department have to resolve these community concerns? Thank you.
MEC Mamabulo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think thanks for the question, Honourable Member. Chair, I think in all fairness, this matter has been dealt with by the municipality. Of course, we are aware of the issue, But the municipality has since taken a decision setting aside the increase. And I don't think we could have investigated the matter when it has been laid to rest. So to that extent, Chair, I think let's accept that this matter has been dealt with. The municipality has reversed its decision, and we will continue to keep an eye on the matter and how it happens in other municipalities. But it has been resolved. Thank you.
Member Nsikhe, supplementary question?
It's a comment, Chair.
Oh,
Deputy
it's a
Chair of
comment.
Church. I think the first thing to acknowledge is that when the mayor reversed it, it was not with the approval of a council decision, which is actually illegal. But this is a very long-standing challenge in Tembisa. I mean, when I joined here in 2014 to become an MPL, already Tembisa residents were complaining about how high the rates are for them. And my point of bringing it here today is the fact that it seems like Ekurhuleni is failing to actually find a solution. And if you look over the years, the number of service delivery protests that have taken place based on this rates, that's why I'm asking that maybe Copanong needs to start intervening, because clearly Ekurhuleni is not able to find a solution by themselves. Sorry. There needs to be an intervention. Otherwise, you will continue to see more protests coming out of Tembisa on this very issue, especially when there's utterances that were made to say Soweto's debts will be erased. People listen all over the province to each other and hear what other townships are being offered and what they are not being offered. Thank you.
MEC, any further input or response?
No, I think the last part it's quite. Let me welcome it.
Okay.
And we will formalize an engagement with the city of Ekurhuleni on this matter just to check. They've reported to us that the rates that people pay in Tembisa are the same with everybody, and they've given us the figures. But I think let's not leave it there. I think let's welcome the suggestion, Chair. We'll take it up with the city. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, MEC. Member Nsikhe, you can read the next question.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regards to NPOs working with the Gauteng Department of Social Development, why do Gauteng NPOs go through an annual funding adjudication process? How does this strategy align with the NPO Funding Act of South Africa? When did the Gauteng Department of Social Development start funding NPOs for a one-year period? Are there any plans to return to the 3-year funding cycle? And what are the benefits of the funding over 3 years versus funding over 1-year period? Thank you.
MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, for the question, Honorable Member Nzeke. In responding to question number 1, according to Chapter 7.2.A of the Sector Funding Policy, the Provincial Department of Social Development is responsible for preparing a well-structured annual budget that aligns with the timelines of the provincial budget process. Additionally, some of the compliance documents, such as through the PBC and the MTDP and MTF process, that's where we are able to submit our funding requirements. So that's how we're not able to give NPOs a 3-year funding process, and it becomes annually. In responding to number 2, how does the strategy align with the NPO funding? The department's funding process are also guided by the NPO Act and the sector funding policy approved by the National Department of Social Development. In responding to question number 3, when did the department start funding NPOs for 1 year? The funding of NPOs has been done almost annually. Since time memorial, I know them to every year because to be evaluating, because not every year we get money that is equal to what we want or what we will be giving to the NPOs. As a result, we await the final award letter that then indicates how much the department is going to receive and how much is meant for NPOs. And that's how we're able to then determine how to fund the NPOs in line with the business plan that they will have submitted. And some of them you find that we can't necessarily give them the money that they want, but we have to meet them halfway in ensuring that they do the work. In responding to question number 3, the funding of NPOs in Gauteng has been conducted on an annual basis. In responding to question number 4, currently there are no plans to implement a 3-year funding cycle. This will require consultation with the provincial treasury for guidance. In responding to question number 5, what are the benefits of funding over 3 years vis-a-vis over 1 year? Since budgets are allocated to the department annually by the provincial treasury, their guidance will be essential in dealing with that. And also, take into consideration that we currently also are facing budget cuts. To allocate an NPO over 3 years could actually lead to an over allocation and expose the department to litigation due to uninformed commitments. And the person saying, no, I was promised 5 rand, but you gave me 1 rand. As a result, it's like you are raising expectations to some of those NPOs. Thank you very much, Islam.
Member Ntsege, do you have any supplementary question or remark? Short, less than 2 minutes remark.
2 minutes, I believe. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I just want to say, I think the problem with having a 1-year adjudication process, first of all, it's an expensive exercise. Secondly, NPOs don't have proper planning stability because they don't know whether next year they'll get funded or not. I'm surprised that we can't do it in Gauteng. Western Cape does it, which gives the NPOs much, much more stability. The other problem with not having a 3-year cycle is it's because of the weaknesses of our monitoring and evaluation here in Gauteng. If you were able to implement those properly, you'd be able to say, and also the consultation that is done with NPOs, you'd be able to say, we have budget cuts, so we need to trim. And the NPOs would buy into it. The challenge with Gauteng is generally what is considered consultations are just unilateral decisions that are imposed on NPOs, and they're not made to buy into the process. But I would say the MEC should really look at the team and say to them, how do we try and look at the 3-year cycle to stabilize NPO work for the benefit of the vulnerable who they support? Thank you.
MEC Mazibuko, do you have any further input based on the remarks of a member Ntsege?
Ilunga liyathanda ukusiqhathanisa nalabo singaqhathaniswa nabo. Angizichithela isikhathi ngiphendulana into ezingangisa indawo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo.
Siyabonga MEC. Yeah. Member Moriarty, you may read your question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise to ask the MEC for COGTA. With regards to Mr. Kiba Kekana being seconded, could the MEC please indicate it? What is the rationale of seconding Mr. Kekana to the City of Johannesburg? 2, what was the process followed? 3, why is the process stalled in terms of employing a permanent city manager? And 4, why is someone being seconded from the city, to the city, from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Now, with respect to this very last question on Mr. Kiba Kekana, the question of the day, the rationale, Honourable Moriarty, for seconding Mr. Kiba Kekana is to stabilize the city of Joburg and to assist the city to finally appoint the city manager and to make sure that the municipality can have a stable transition until it has the city manager. What was the process followed? The mayor wrote to us requesting us to extend the acting appointment of the then acting city manager, alternatively to second the person. That's within the law, and we followed that process. And there was wider consultation with all the 3 spheres of government, the city, ourselves as the province, and we worked with National Cocta as well. With respect to the process stalling, the city has advertised the post. And Mr. Kiba will have to help with making sure that the interview sit. I think the process has moved. The city is ready to finalize the process. I guess it's maybe because there was no one to fast-track the matter in the absence of an appointed acting city manager. But we are pleased that the process is active, it's on track. And of course, with respect to the fourth question, you'll appreciate that this matter about the legislature seconding somebody, we have no knowledge of that, and we may not be able to talk to that issue. Mr. Kiba, for the record, it's a chief director in the Department of Cocta, and I'm not sure about the legislature, but Mr. Kiba, if that's what you're referring to, he is not from the legislature, he's an official at Cocta. Thank you.
If I may.
Yeah, Member Moretti.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Honourable MEC for the replies. Just a couple of questions. One is, you refer to a law, and I think that is a matter that a lot of people aren't aware of, that there is this intergovernmental relationship type arrangement that you can second from one sphere to another. I don't expect for you to reply right now, but if you could afford us the courtesy of getting your colleagues to indicate which law it is, and then forward it to me or put it onto the ATC, that would be welcome. The law, all right? You mentioned that you've done this in accordance with the law. I just need to know which law that is. And then you indicated that the permanent city manager is imminent. I got that impression that it's going to happen sometime soon. If you can also give us an approximate date by when this matter can come before the Council of the City of Johannesburg. But I just want to make one remark, and that is that, we pay attention and we keep our ear to the ground. And there is no doubt that you referred to stabilization, and clearly what that has done, you have confirmed what we have observed over the last 2.5 years, that the instability that is there is the inability of different factions within the political executive to come to terms with each other and to agree on a single person. And I'll just leave that remark at that. Thank you.
MEC, do you want to say anything extra?
No, we will provide him the written reply.
Okay. Thank you very much. In terms of Rule 137, subsection 5, which reads as follows: if a question for written reply is not replied to within the stipulated time frame and no extension is requested by a member of the Executive Council during the next question day, the relevant MEC must provide an oral explanation in the House for his or her failure to reply to the questions and still hand over the written reply to the table. MECs are kindly requested not to reply to the question, but to provide an oral reply for his or her failure to reply to the question and forward the reply to the question to the table. I'm now going to ask MEC Nkomorale Huku kindly explain to the House why question number 5.HL 111 and 113 were not responded to. MEC Nkomorale Huku, you can give your oral explanation now.
She's offline. I think she's offline, Deputy Chair.
MEC, the answers are available. The MEC did submit a apology that she will join online. So I hope MEC Nkomorale Huku.
She cannot fail to respond for the second time. Yes, she's too powerful.
No, we don't know what could be the problem. It could be
The problem is that she's
network
avoiding
problems.
this question and does not take these things serious.
No, I'm just trying to give a logical explanation.
It's not logical, Deputy Chair. She's trying to avoid this matter.
No, we can't make any conclusions why she's not answering because we don't know. She's not here. She did submit
She's
an
not
apology.
online.
Okay, let's quickly check. Let's quickly check. Okay, we will allow the MEC to, in the next sitting, to give this oral reply now that she's not available even online.
Deputy Chair.
And that brings us.
Order, Deputy Chair.
What's the order based on? Which rule?
What will be
which rule are you?
I'm raising on the issue of this question of the MEC refusing to answer this question for the second time.
No, but I'm asking you, what rule are you standing on?
I'm rising on the order because the MEC is refusing to answer for the second time.
No. When you rise on the point of order, you must indicate which rule of the standing rules has been violated. The MEC is not here due to whatever reason. Yeah, the reply is there, but we'll give the MEC an opportunity to reply to this, to give a reasons in the next sitting. And that concludes the business of the day. The next sitting is on the 26th of August, 2025. The House is now adjourned. Thank you very much.